Hello and welcome back to Hazard Analysis, episode number 11. I am currently your solo host, Tony fucking G. I am your 15-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, trying to find the correct, there it is, window of opportunity for you to see me the best with the beautiful little flag in the background. Yes, I'm the 15-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion. I am non-chill filtered, quadruple distilled, and I'm happy to be here with you tonight. And I will not be going solo, I promise. Phil K.O.E, he promised he's on his way. Now, those of you who are denizens of the Big Buckin' Empire, the KOE Nation, the Dog and Chicken Show, Hazard Analysis, and the like, you all know that Phil's never told a lie, especially when it comes to his punctuality. He's never been late for anything in his life, and he likes to be early. That's why he was so early, in fact, for this show that he was here like 3 times, and I was the late one. So no problems, folks. He will be on his way, and I believe we've got a few other guests showing up as well. So I'll be pulling them in as they come along and come along with us for this journey. I don't even know for sure. Pardon me, what all we're going to talk about. I know a couple of topics. Obviously, you saw on the thumbnail if you pay attention to that thing that I slave over week after week after week. We've got some news, I guess you can call it, on the primary front for the 2024 election. It's not really news, it's more of just commentary. Nothing new, nothing crazy that anybody wouldn't be expecting, that hasn't been expecting it for the last year, give or take. And then I know Phil wants to get into the big World War conflict in Ukraine v. Russia, and the battle lines that have been drawn and have been disputed, and basically Phil wants to gloat. So we're going to let him do that because that's what this show's about. Commentary, back and forth, and for Phil to gloat. That's really pretty much what it's all about, folks. Again, happy to be here. Happy Sunday night. What's everybody doing? What are you doing here with me instead of enjoying your loved ones? You want to watch me talk, or you want to hang out with people you actually like? No, I don't blame you. I'm looking quite dapper in my new blue Hawaiian shirt. Got the Vegas apparel coming in off of Amazon. I've got like 5 Hawaiian shirts now. I only had the one. My God, I look really good in that. I should probably expand my wardrobe a bit before I head out to Vegas in October because I gotta look good out there, right? So this is the first of a few new shirts to debut on the stream. So I hope you like it. This one was the consensus favorite, so I figured I'd start strong and we'll go down from there. Bandit up in the chat. How we doing, sir? So we should cover it now. We should, yeah. Anything that Phil wants to gloat about, really, if we could just do that right at the front, not give him the opportunity. Yeah, right. Because it's not like Phil's ever been known to, you know, backtrack, bury the lead of a story, or ignore the conversation as a whole and just talk about what he wants. No, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that, Bandit. I don't like what you're implying, sir. Mm. Anybody else having a cocktail tonight? Because I am sipping on a little bit of Bullet 10-year bourbon. This is a really nice one. It's pretty affordable, pretty readily available, and for 10-year bourbon, that's probably one of the more inexpensive bottles out there. The orange label Bullet's not bad stuff, but yeah, they really get it right with this one. They really do. This is really good. It's 91.2 proof, so it's not overly strong, but it's got a little bit more of a punch. If you haven't had it, I do recommend it. It's a really nice bourbon. Sips very well. Mm. So, folks, again, we're talking presidential campaigns coming up. Obviously, if you've watched the last couple Hazard Analysis and the Dog and Chicken Show the other night, you've seen the big campaign news. It doesn't even necessarily come from the GOP. It comes from the extreme delegacy, and we'll play it later on here once Phil shows up because I hate to play it without him. Well, fuck it, maybe I will just to buy some time. But that's really the big news. But we'll talk a bit about the Republican candidates here in a minute. We are on Twitch tonight as well. Alesto TV. Can I demand a drink for me since I won't be able to drink anything? I has the COVIDs and it's hard to. Ah, no. Alesto. Yes, I will. I will drink for you. What would you like, sir? Hmm. That sucks. It sucks that anybody's getting bad COVID in 2023. we've talked about COVID to death on the Dog and Chicken Show, Hazard Analysis, KOE Nation, all the big buck and empire shows. And regardless of your feelings on it, it is still a thing. People do still get it. It's not like it's gonna go away magically just because of political leanings. It's still out there, and some people still get it worse than others. So, Lesto, if you've got it, and you've got it bad, man. I feel for you. I do know people who had it and had it pretty bad. So yeah, it sucks no matter what you do. We're heading back into flu season too, so it doesn't matter what time of year it is. You know, health is important, and I tell you what, I learned that the hard way so many times. I just turned 37, and I I just went in for a med renewal here a couple of weeks ago, and that's just, hey, how you doing? How are your meds working? Well, I'm not, sick, I guess, so they must be. I take one for cholesterol, blood pressure, and preventative gout because my uric acid was high once. So I go in for that. She's like, well, you have muscle cramps? Well, yeah, I have muscle cramps. Of course, who doesn't have muscle cramps? Well, that might be a side effect that you didn't know you had because of your cholesterol pills. I'm like, oh, well, I'd like to change that. Great, let's change that. And your triglycerides are high? Yeah, they've always been high. Apparently, 150 is like the highest you want them to be, and I'm like 500, which is really fucking bad. I don't know. My wife's a nurse. She tells me these things. I trust her. And so the gal adds a triglyceride medication, and they're fucking massive. So I've got 4 pills I take nightly now, and it's awesome. On top of all the extra shit I try to take for like just reasonable health, I try to take a men's one a day in the morning. I picked up another box. I don't even know if they work. Of it's Stacker 2. It's like a dietary slash energy supplement. I don't know. B12's in it. Trying to cut that down again. I said I'm going to Vegas in October. I want to look fab when I've got the shirt unbuttoned and it's just flowing in the wind. Sitting at the pool at the Flamingo. I do have a Hawaiian shirt with flamingos on it. So you better subscribe to Hazard Analysis, Big Buck and Empire, Dog and Chicken Show, and KOE Nation to see the entire Hawaiian shirt repertoire of one Tony fucking G. Because it's coming. But yeah, health is important no matter what time of year it is. That's where I was going with this, right? And right now, no matter where you're at, it's fucking hot out there. It's really hot. And I've been sucking down the Gator lights. They're like Pedialites, but the Gatorade brand, just because it's got super hydration. At least that's what the bottle says. And it seems to be working. But man, if you're out in the heat and you're really working your muscles and like I do, it sucks. Cramping sucks. Have your Tylenol ready. Keep your hydration, not just water. Have some extra stuff. Give yourself a little extra boost when you can with the health. Just keep yourselves healthy out there, no matter what time of year. Whether it be hot or cold. And we're going to be heading into the cold season before you know it, and the flu season will be on top of us. So have your vitamin D, C's on hand. Keep that gut healthy. You got to try out different things to keep yourself healthy during the day, during the week, and you got to do what works for you. Not everybody's going to be the same. I take some stuff that works for me, as far as I know. Lesto, my pain tolerance is high. I can deal with the pain, but the lack of breathing is killing me. Yeah, see, that's I think is probably the worst side effect when you get a COVID and get it bad. The nasty breathing. Like I didn't realize until like a year or so ago how labored my breathing was. Now, I've had COVID a couple of times, but I never had really bad side effects. I wouldn't even have known I had it the second time. But I noticed when because I record videos for my son's YouTube channel. He's going on 8, wants to be a big YouTuber one day. So we started him earlier. Like, hey, if these kids can play with toys and shit and make millions of dollars, why can't my kid? Hell yeah, let's sell him out now, right? That makes sense. So I made him a YouTube channel, and they just do stupid little videos. I produce and direct them, of course, and I put them on YouTube after I edit them for him. Check it out, Striker G on the YouTube. We would appreciate and love for a subscribe, even if you don't watch videos, just to promote the channel, please. I'll pop it on the screen here later. I would love for anybody to subscribe to it. He's tickled pink every time he gets a new subscriber. But I'm watching back one of the videos, doing the editing, and I can hear myself because I use my phone. Like literally, this is how I record, right? Because phones cost like $1,000 now. They have decent video recorders on them. Might as well use it. Who needs a handy cam anymore, right? And I'm listening to myself on the audio track, and it's me. You can hardly hear my kids talk anyway, but it's me going, and it's just me breathing normal. It's not even like I'm running around. I'm like, oh my god, I got to do something about that. I got in pretty good shape a few years back in like 2018. I was doing a lot of cardio, walking, running, jogging. I got in really good shape. And around the time COVID hit, I really kind of dropped off, and I let my old ass get out of shape. I'm trying to get back there with some cardio and some lifting, and at least trying to maintain. But it really does come down to just everyday health, folks. You gotta stay on top of it, even if it's a little bit. Do what little you can. Bandit, try new floor for itchy, watery eyes. Yeah, it's what plants crave. It's got electrolyte. Exactly, exactly. If I can't take one thing away from Idiocracy and its brilliance, take away that plants love electrolytes. It's what they crave. Mhm. Steven says, Alex Jones said silver toothpaste. Do you recommend that? Are we silver toothpaste? Are we talking like the toothpaste itself is actually silver? Or is this like a brand name? I don't know because I'm not familiar with that one. You'll have to expand on that one, Steven. Thanks for keeping talk me. I'm going to lay back down. Hope you have a good night. I appreciate you jumping on, Alyssa. We always appreciate seeing you. You are hands down our most loyal Twitch follower on all the shows because we don't get a lot of views on Twitch, and I can imagine why we're not specifically in the genre of Twitch stardom and fandom because why would we be? A lot of our takes aren't exactly popular in the Twitch realm, I imagine. Um, Checking in. Looks like Phil is about 25 minutes out. All right. So I got plenty of time to kill, it sounds like. So what does anybody want to talk about while we're waiting on Phil's ass to show up? Because I'm open to suggestions. I don't want to bury the lead without my boy Phil. He would just hate for anybody to do that to him. He don't mind doing it to other people, but I would hate to do it to him. So I guess while we're waiting on him, let's look over quick. Hopefully, got a couple of guests showing up too. I can go back and forth with this on, but let's go over and see because I haven't really looked at this. And I'll be frank, I haven't kept up or really paid much attention to the primaries because it's the fucking primaries. Who gives a shit? We know who's in front. We know who's probably going to win it unless some other crazy shit happens. But we'll take a look at that and we'll start there and talk a little bit of caucus talk. Who doesn't like some caucus talk? Bandit. It's colloidal. I don't know. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Silver. Colloidal silver. Not like the metal, but silver is in the ingredient. Really? Really? We're going to have to look this up. You know what? Let's do that first. I'm intrigued. Colloidal silver toothpaste. Now I got to know. You got me intrigued because I do try to take care of my teeth. What teeth I have left. Those that don't know, I do have a lot of fake teeth. I have a bridge here, and I got a partial denture on the bottom. So yeah, I gotta keep up on that shit. Colloidal silver toothpaste. Okay, yeah, look at that on Amazon. Let's have a look. Colloidal silver. Yeah, I've never heard of this. If Alex Jones recommends it, it really can't be bad, can it? Here we go. Amazon. Fucking Prime takes a week anymore. Who else has got that problem? Steven says we can give an L in the chat for the bots who repeat Biden is the lesser of two evils. Yes, we can give double L's, L7 weenie, in fact, for any of the bots who repeat Biden is the lesser of two evils. Because no, he's really not. He's just a different flavor of evil, and yeah, he probably is worse, and that's verifiable anymore. Just open your fucking eyes and take your bias out. All right, here we go. Designs for health periodic xylitol toothpaste, fluoride-free toothpaste with probiotics, purified silver, CoQ10. That is a good one. You got to have that for healthy teeth, gums, and fresh breath. Who doesn't like to have fresh breath? $11.99. It's a 4-ounce tube. Jesus. Typically, what's it? think a Crest or Colgate probably costs what, $5-6? So you're looking about twice the price. I guess it's got silver in it, right? So it costs a little extra because of the minerals and the precious jewels in it. Periobiotic silver, probiotic toothpaste with purified silver and CoQ10. This one is lemon flavor. You can get it in lemon or spearmint. Oh, I don't. Who would? I don't know. I've never had lemon toothpaste. That might be a little unsettling if I'm being completely honest. I think I'd start with the spearmint myself because I don't know. Lemon toothpaste. I like the taste of lemon, but in my toothpaste, I don't know. Have a good show, guys. Thanks, Steven. Appreciate you jumping in. Always good to see you in the chat. Um, yeah, I don't know. I if Alex Jones says yes, maybe I have to give this a go because he's been right about a lot of stuff, whether we want to admit it or not. And he owes a lot of money out there for being right about stuff. It's gotta suck, doesn't it? Imagine if imagine if that were Phil and he owed a bunch of money out there for having some hot takes. And they said, "Hey, you owe us millions of dollars because you said some stuff that doesn't really make us look very good." That's basically what's wrong with Alex Jones, right? Like Joe Rogan said, he did have some head trauma a long time ago. It really kind of hinders his mental judgment when he's talking. That's why he goes off the deep end so intensely when he's talking about stuff. Because if he could just keep his demeanor, I think he'd be taken a lot more seriously. It's the intensity and the way he articulates things and goes whole hog on a lot of the issues he does. I think that's why he became kind of a pariah in that regard. It's just, yeah, you got to have the demeanor and you got to have the delivery. Like, he's effective, but yeah, he became a big, big, big target. It's no stretch of imagination to figure out why. So let's go over and look at the GOP candidates because I'm curious about this. I've heard who's in the lead. It's a big shock, if you can imagine. I know. I don't want to. I don't want to bury the lead or the big reveal without showing it to you here first. All right, here we go. So, who is ahead in the national polls? This is updating average for each Republican candidate in the 2024 primary polls, accounting for each poll's recency, sample size, methodology, and House effects. This is coming from projects.538.com, the presidential primaries for 2024. As of July 14th, 2023, the leader is with 49.7%. Oh my gosh, it's Donald J. Trump. I'm shocked. Holy shit. Wow. Wow. Who could have foreseen this? I, I'm shocked, I told you. And now we're looking at this graph. And it looks like his strongest margin to date was April 10th. He was up 54.2%. And he really hasn't dipped any lower than 49, maybe. So really, he's sitting right at 50%, and he's not letting go of it. Like, that's not gonna change. I couldn't do the lemon flavor. The first thing that comes to mind when you drink orange juice after brushing your teeth. Exactly. That's yeah, yeah. Because who hasn't had that problem? You brush your teeth, you go downstairs, you didn't time it right, you take a swig of orange juice, and your mouth is pretty much ruined for like the next 5 to 10 minutes because orange juice just tastes like absolute dog shit after you brush your teeth. Ugh. Yeah. So again, we're looking at the primary polling numbers for the Republicans and the GOP. Now, I'm sure everybody remembers who all the other candidates are, and we'll get into that here in a minute. But yeah, Donald Trump holding 50% lead and really just holding on to it with dear life. Like, he's not going to let this go. Like I said, it's going to take a lot for even the second favorite, Ron DeSantis, to catch back up. Now, you can see back in Ironically, on January 26, 2023, Trump was only a 42.5% lead, and Ron was right there with him. If you can see that on the map, like it was neck and neck there. Wow, that's pretty close. And at that point, Ron DeSantis had not declared. He had not declared, but he was right there. And you can see as this goes on, the decline in Ron DeSantis' popularity in terms of being the candidate to challenge Trump. It dips down quite a bit. You got another big peak here. Hold it steady. Begins to drop back off. Yeah, because it peaked again in February 13th. Dipped back down by the end of February. Climbed a little bit by March 16th, but Trump was again on the rise. And for Ron, it dripped a lot down below 30% by April 1st. That looks like about 28%. By May 1st, he is damn near to 20, and he did dip below 20% on May 18th. And he climbed back up a little, and he's kind of plateaued, and he's seen a recent dip again, and right now he's sitting somewhere at about 21%. So again, he's the clear second choice, but like he's just not there. He's not doing anything. Like this is the problem I had. Like in January, the talk of the town was when is Ron DeSantis going to declare? We need him to do it. Like I said, you can see it on that map right there on the left in January. DeSantis and Trump were very, very close. It was neck and neck. And I can't remember when Trump did officially announce, but maybe neither one of them. I can't remember. DeSantis was a long way off from announcing, but they were neck and neck. And the longer he waited, the longer I personally thought DeSantis might as well not even declare at this point because the longer he waits, the less likely it is he'll actually challenge Trump. And the numbers right here, you can see he just drug his feet. I don't know what he was waiting for, but the longer he waited, the less likely it was. And you look at that chart, he spiked again, he dripped, little spike, and then he's dropped, and he really hasn't recovered from that. So, what's it going to take for Ron DeSantis to recover and actually be a legitimate threat to Donald Trump? Now, I know these are polls, and polls can mean dick, but we're talking about one specific party here. We're not talking about the actual election. Republicans versus Democrats versus those independent voters. This is the Republican voting base. What's it going to take for Ron DeSantis to get back neck and neck? Where's that bitch Phileas at? He's probably 20 minutes out or so, Tyler. He'll be coming around the mountain when he comes. Molesto. I remember people saying Ron D was going to pass Trump. Yeah, and had they both been declared in January, that may very well have happened. Now you're looking back at this, and again, back in January, early January, they were right there. Looks like DeSantis was about 41. Trump maybe 43, 42. Yeah. So had Ron actually announced back then, that may have helped his case. I don't know. It feels like, to me personally, like I was like, maybe he just needs to do it back then, get it over with, get some momentum rolling. But the longer he waited, and you could feel it, people stopped giving a shit if he did or not. And by the time he did, it was basically Donald Trump's slot to give away if he didn't want it. And that's where we're at now. If Donald Trump decides he doesn't want it, Ron DeSantis is still your number two, but that's not a lock, even if he does have the significant lead. Bandit, but this year looks to actually be interesting on the primaries. I would put money on Vivek passing DeSantis by Halloween. That's a bold statement. I don't know about that. Because at this point, if Ron actually wants it, he's got to do something. It's summer. And we're a little ways out from this Iowa deal, which we'll talk about. But he's got to do something. Excuse me. Sunday night, right? He's got to do something to put his name back on the map. Favor some popularity again. Bandit, I think it's more his actual campaign versus the start date. Well, his campaign hasn't been anything. basically they waited and they drug their feet, and then when they finally announced, he'd lost a ton of steam. So I think it's both, because yeah, the actual campaign announcement got flubbed so bad that made everything that came after it look really amateur, really amateur at that point. And that's kind of the stigma that's held ever since. That failed Twitter-ish Zoom meeting announcement where the internet connection was bad, and it was like me on the Dog and Chicken show in 2021 with bad internet bandwidth. Bandit DeSantis fired a dozen staffers today. Well, that's probably a good thing, because I don't think they were doing a fucking thing. You want me to be completely honest? I haven't. I've been impressed about anything he's done since he actually launched the campaign. He's been very quiet. He's been a non-factor, even though he is still the second leading candidate for the GOP. So, yeah, a fresh start, shake things up, do something, because I don't know how hard he wants. Like, if he's vying for a VP spot, I get it. You know, the team of Trump and DeSantis, if you could get Trump in there for another 4 years, and then DeSantis as his VP for 4 years, and then DeSantis a clear, heavy favorite to take over the following year, you'd have another potential 8 years of GOP in the White House. So you could be looking at 12 years if they could put their differences aside and work together for that. I mean, Donald Trump did it with Pence. There's no reason he can't do it with Ron DeSantis, for fuck's sake. We'll look and see where Pence is on this chart. Alesto, Ron got popular because of what he did to Florida. People don't understand that one state is way different than 50 and 3 provinces. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, I've mentioned this in the past, but when we were in the early stages of COVID in 2020, doing these live streams for the first time on the Dog and Chicken show, we looked at what Cuomo was doing in New York. We were singing his praise, like, oh, he's doing a great job. And we were looking at what DeSantis was doing in Florida, like, oh, he's doing a terrible job. And once things really kind of came to light, and you really got to see some of the ugly side of things, how the country was being run as a whole, DeSantis started currying a lot of favor, and Cuomo, obviously, we knew fell from grace hard, very, very, very hard. And Bandit, both sides hate the other too much for DeSantis to be tapped for VP. Look, that's kind of that's the problem. The GOP has, in like the last 3 to 4 years, become the snake that's eating its own tail. We used to say this routinely about the left, about the Democrats. They are the snake that are eating their own tail. They got their shit together, as wacky as some of their fucking narratives are, as just vicious and toxic as they can be on the extreme side of things. They at least are consistent, even if it seems batshit insane. They're consistent. The GOP has become the snake eating its own tail. Now, I know Phil, if he's hearing this, is going to his head is blowing right now, but it's true. If the GOP could work together on this, if you get a DeSantis Trump ticket, that's scary for the Democrats. It just is. Because look, they're the two leaders. You can see this on the map right there. Get them to work together, put their differences aside. If that were a possibility, that is dangerous for the Democrats. And you would think that that's what the GOP would want right now, but it's not. It's not. They're not interested in working together. They're not concerned about the long term, though they should be. They're concerned about the right now. And that's kind of a losing battle. And it really has been, because every time that they are the heavy favorite to take the Democrats down, and whether it be a presidential election or the midterms, they've come up short big in the last 2 cycles. So falling short of expectations, regardless of what they did in totals in the midterms, they came up way short in terms of what was expected. So they need to start working together and grow the farm up. Douglas McGregor for BP. There you go. And it looks like we do have a guest. I'm going to bring him in. I'm not going to give him the elaborate, crazy introduction that Phil K.O.E does, because I can't do that, folks. Instead, I'll let him do it himself. We have Iko Rich.
Hey, what's going on?
Not too much, sir. How have you been?
I've been good. I've been good. Yeah, I'm in the middle of debate camp, so it's a little bit crazy here. Classes are
fantastic.
It's not like 2 hour classes like I do during the year. It's like all day long, research fests. We spend a lot of time. When I was a kid, we used to spend a lot of time in the stacks of libraries making photocopies until our eyes are bleary. So at least now we have the internet, so we don't have to do that. But we still, we get to sit down at least while we get bleary eyed. But other than that,
Fair.
yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I don't know. Fun could be interpreted a few different ways.
Yeah, let me put it this way: it'll be more fun when we know what the debate topic is. We've got 3 possible topics. We're researching all 3. But then once they come up with the topic, we get to drop the other 2 and just like focus in on the one.
There you go.
So
that'll make things a little smoother.
Yeah.
Bandit says, "Do you think never Trumpers would vote for him even if DeSantis was VP?" I think. Well, are we talking in the actual presidential election or just the primary? Because if we're talking just the primary, I think at one point even the never Trumpers in the GOP are going to vote red to get the best outcome that they can hope for on the actual.
I mean, not never Trumpers, right? Not never Trumpers, but never Trumpers, I think, are not all that big a number.
No, not on the GOP side.
I think there's a lot of DeSantis supporters, would be a better way to put it, who would vote for Trump, and a lot of Trump supporters who would vote for DeSantis. I think that's true.
Yeah, I think that's for sure. Bandit says,
but if you're a never Trumper, like if you're a Chris Christie type, I'm not sure that you would vote. What's interesting is to see. Did you hear about today? It was Joe Manchin like showed up at a No Labels event.
Oh, really?
So take that for what you think it might be worth. But if you look at where Sinema went, right, she's declared herself an independent. I absolutely think it would be a good move for him to do the same. In fact, I think it's a good move for both of them. I think they should both run as independents. And if Democrats are smart, they won't even run a candidate against Manchin. They'll just kind of like step out of it, or put like somebody nobody would vote for and won't campaign as their nominee.
If only egos didn't matter when it came to slotting somebody into those positions.
That's right. Yeah, that's the problem. But I mean, that's kind of what they did with that's what they do with Bernie. They don't run a serious candidate against Bernie in Vermont. And they just let him win as a independent, and then he then caucuses with Democrats. I think they do the same thing with Angus King in Maine. So it's doable. Like they can do it.
But it's got a ceiling. I mean, you're looking at a ceiling versus the actual general election.
And in Maine they have ranked choice voting, which is helpful for that.
Yeah. Grow the Farm Up has a good point here. If Trump runs the race as one, VP doesn't matter. And as it sits right now, that's 100% true, I believe. Republicans will take back the Senate, also with Trump on the ticket. That's probably likely. But,
they'll take the Senate regardless.
Yeah, even if Trump, I would agree.
Even if Biden wins re-election, the Senate's going to the Republicans, I'm pretty sure.
He says there's a woke backlash coming, and there could be. But those are the type of things like we predicted, like a big landslide in the midterms, and that didn't fucking happen. But what Grow the Farm Up saying here, it doesn't matter who the VP pick would be. And you're right, it doesn't, because we're talking about one election at a time, right? But again, what I said before I popped on, the GOP has really kind of become that snake that's eating its own tail. And the GOP does need to look at the future. Now, I said this point to Phil a couple of times, and he really kind of sneers at it, but Republicans are going to continue to lose elections while they're waiting for young people to grow up, because that's where they're really lacking. They don't have a strong young voter base, not strong enough to take down by sheer numbers against the young voters of the Democratic Party, while waiting for young Democratic voters to mature and see the world differently and flip over to a red ticket. They're losing elections in the meantime. So what they need to do is stop having this inner struggle with like a Trump versus a DeSantis, or what they're doing now versus what they need to be doing in 4 years or 6 years, 12 years. Like I feel like they're not focusing enough on what the long-term game is to actually have a stable power, because they're so focused on trying to regain it today. And that's what the Democrats did when they slid Joe Biden in at the last minute
Yeah.
and made him the
Yeah.
nominee. And they got it. They got what they wanted. They got Joe in, and they've done not a lot with it since. And it's going to make it very, very hard in 2024, for regardless of who their candidate is, to retain that power. So that's probably the Republicans' biggest advantage. It's just because of what the Democrats haven't done with the power that they've been given. And if that's the game we're playing, just, oh, well, we don't like what we got, so we're going to go over here, and you're just playing that independent vote, that nonpartisan vote, nobody's really getting anywhere. And I think that's probably the biggest issue on both sides, regardless of who has the White House.
Yeah, I think I think with regards to that, I think one of the reasons why Biden was such a smart pick for 2020 was because they saw that Trump like was surrendering the middle. So he wasn't really fighting for those that moderate voters. Like if you were a Republican who like voiced any moderation at all, you'd get screamed at and called a rhino and all these other things. And so, if the Democrats had like, put Bernie in there or somebody, then that might have been a situation where the middle really had nowhere to go.
Mm-hmm.
But Biden just kind of came in and said, hey, he has a reputation for being essentially a centrist within the party, although he didn't run as a centrist, but he had a reputation of a centrist in the past. And he ended up therefore being like the only person that like the center could vote for. This year it's going to be different because you've got the no labels party, and you've got all these like third party guys. Like I'm sure Chris Christie will run as an independent because he'll drop out early enough to where he like doesn't have to like abide by a pledge or whatever. And then you've got people on the left who are also running, and then you've got no labels who's like running in the center. I think on the left you have Cornel West, who's like potentially could like pick a few points off. All of that makes the race a lot harder to predict, because I know it might be only 1 point or even fraction of a point for each one of these like third party candidates. But I think that, that adds up. That could add up to like 5 to 7 points in the end. And that's way bigger than the margins likely to be in the election. So that makes it like, I think, very difficult to predict.
Grow the Farm Up says young people are much easier to indoctrinate. Your point sort of speaks to the larger issue. I can't agree with that more. They are definitely easier to influence, but again, the Republicans hoping to retain them long term after whatever. Like you can't sit around and wait. Like I think it takes getting an early lead on young voters if you want to win elections long term.
I mean, I remember the last time young voters were on the right, and it was Reagan, right? I was one of them. We were called the Reagan Youth, and it was the older people because of Metascare and everything else that were voting against Reagan. So and what it took was he was a big believer in markets. He was a big believer in free trade, low taxes, all that stuff, which of course, that's traditionally what Republicans have been about. And I don't think that the young people today will be persuaded by anti-wokeness. There a lot of young Republicans are fine with gay marriage, and a lot of other like sort of cultural issues. They're persuadable more on like the economic issues. Like they can see how unsustainable it is to like to spend way more than we bring in, for instance. Like that used to be a very powerful message, like on the right. Now it's a little bit less powerful because the MAGA section of the party is like not really interested in small government. They're really more interested in all of these cultural issues. And I think that that's what's giving them trouble. It's not just that they're not bringing the youth over to their side. It's that at the very least, they could, if they were less objectionable to young people, then young people just wouldn't be so interested in voting. Like they would stay home like they historically have. Right.
Well, Trump
has a way of bringing young people out to vote against him.
Yeah, and that's kind of to Bannett's point. He's agreeing on the younger voters, but I think it's changing with the conservative media embracing social media. Now, you can look at that a couple of ways, but your biggest conservative outlet, Fox, has taken a massive hit this year, and really, social media has kind of become the only way for even the big talking heads like a Tucker right now to get that message out there. And it's not even necessarily that hard right message now, because like a
Well,
Tucker
Tucker's on
Carlson,
social media now.
yeah, and that's it. The
He's a big
handcuffs come
Twitter
off,
guy.
so
Yeah.
he can say whatever he wants and not have to follow a specific
Right.
narrative. So yeah, this is definitely going to be a lot more appealing to some of those. So this will be a big help. Lesto wanted to know a couple comments here. What is your definition of centrist? I'm pretty sure centrists aren't neocons, neolibs. The rhinos are the ones that want endless wars. Real centrists don't want wars; they want structure for the country. And I would agree with that.
Yeah, I would say a centrist in the Republican Party would be like, uh, I guess it would be every Republican, right? And like every living Republican president and before has been relatively centrist. Like you were able to get, for instance, Bush was able to get 44% of the Hispanic vote. Like no Republican president's gotten that. Like 44% is a high point for him. And he did it because he was like moderate on a lot of like immigration issues and stuff. Reagan was the same way. Reagan was against the wall, all that stuff. In fact, he was the last president to do a general amnesty. Although I wouldn't call Reagan a centrist, but he was centrist on that, right? Or maybe he wasn't centrist on that, because Democrats were very anti-immigration back then because it was unions and they didn't like the labor competition coming in. I think it's just the parties have flipped on that one.
So I'm looking at this again, and boy, it's pretty telling where the polls are sitting today. Like again, as of today, July, well, this goes up to July 14th, a couple of days ago, 49.7% Donald Trump, heavy favorite. If you look back all the way at January 6th, ironically, of this year, Trump was 42.5%, and DeSantis was maybe 41. I mean, they were neck and neck in early January, and DeSantis hadn't even announced. And you could see that decline of DeSantis's campaign not launching and the launch of it, and it never recovered from that. Now there's a giant gap between first and second. Trump at 40, almost 50%, and DeSantis at barely over 20%.
Right.
And then the dump down between that, you've got Pence
and
as a
that way all year, right? Like most.
Well, yeah, like Pence has been just sitting right at or way below 10%, which he's not an option. It's
like I can see any of these other candidates. Like, I mean, I think I've been on here enough times to where, for the Republicans, I like Chris Christie. Even I think Chris Christie has a shot, but Pence there's absolutely no reason he should be running. In fact, if he drops out of the race, I can't imagine anybody even wanting his endorsement.
I think at this point, Pence's only reason for being there is to hope for a VP spot if Ron DeSantis somehow got
DeSantis
the candidacy.
Pence.
No, but Trump's not going to touch him
kryptonite.
either.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Exactly. That's why he shouldn't be running.
He'd have a better chance of getting it from DeSantis at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's sort of seen as a traitor within the MAGA movement. And it is true that, like, if you're an evangelical who's not a Trump fan, then okay, Pence might have some appeal for you. But I think even then, like, I don't know, Pence is trying to sort of like make his own mark and like stake his own positions or whatever that are separate from Trump and separate from DeSantis or whatever. But I don't think he's the man to do it.
Yeah, he's never going to be in the White House again.
Yeah, he's never been exactly known for his courage, right? Like he's for 4 years he never said a thing, in objection to Trump at all, like to criticize him or in any way. And now we're supposed to be expected to believe that what he did on January 6th was like out of principle. No, it wasn't out of principle. He called Dan Quayle, the night before and said, "Is there any way I can do what Trump's asking me to do?" And Quayle basically just laid it out for him and said, "No, it would be illegal. You'll probably go to jail. You can't do this." And so he was like, "Okay, fine."
He knew what the score was. Like, it was already over at that point. We knew this. Yeah. And he wanted to distance himself because the writing was on the wall. It was about to go down. And regardless of what you think about January 6th, the election was done. And Pence, I think Pence was already thinking, okay, how am I going to stake my claim for the 2024 election. If I want to get in there and throw my hat in the race, am I going to back Donald Trump? No, I'm going to carve out my own niche. And it backfired on him completely because of how January 6th unfolded, because it was so.
Well, I think his instinct was to do what Trump wanted to asked him to do.
I
It's
don't know
just
that he
that
was ever that big of a lapdog.
uh,
I don't think he
I think he
was.
was that big of a laptop.
I don't
I
think he
think
was. I think he was more of just an insert person here, and what he did really didn't matter. But once the
mm,
election was done, and he's like, okay, I'm no longer going to be the VP. I need to distance myself because if this unfolds the way, like, say, a Dan Quayle would recommend, I don't
right.
want anything to do with this. If I turn on him now, that may actually make me curry favor with the GOP and the potential voters. Obviously,
Yeah,
it
but I think
didn't pan out
rhetorically,
that way.
yeah, rhetorically, he tried to like seem pro-Trump and everything else. He wanted to be as
Sure.
pro-Trump as he could be without like breaking the law, right? And that wasn't enough, right? Because what was required of him was that he, overturn the election by counting votes the other way. And, but notice, like it's not like it wasn't that month. It wasn't the month after. It wasn't the month after that. It was months. No, it wasn't. It was years. It was like it wasn't even that whole year in 2021 did he ever say anything bad about Trump. So I think once he realized that there was like no the bridge back is when he said, okay, then I'm going to have to come up with a different narrative for myself.
Well, see,
Um,
there's another example of a GOP candidate slow playing it and it costing them
yeah,
any
yeah,
favor that they may have curried. Like this is the
yeah.
problem.
The only guy who's really
I don't get it.
like who's like really being sort of aggressive about all of this is Chris Christie. And that's why I don't think Chris Christie is going to be the nominee. I don't think he has even a
No,
decent chance of being the nominee.
no.
But if anybody were going to do it by being aggressively anti-Trump, it would be him. Like he's got the best chance of anybody. And when I say best chance, I mean like 2%,
Yeah,
like almost zero.
yeah,
But
basically zero.
you're definitely not going to do it if you're being mealy mouthed about it. Oh, well, I like Trump, but then I also think you can't do that. You've got to like go balls to the walls. You're either, for the guy and you're endorsing him or you're going to be aggressively against him. Those are the only two ways to go.
Bandit, the irony that Pence takes advice from Dan Quayle. He seems more like a Michael Dukakis guy. Yeah, that's cute.
Vice president to
Alestos,
vice president.
yeah. Alesta says no, it was not count votes that weren't certified at the moment. It was counted. We have precedents for this under Bush.
Precedents under Bush. Yeah. If you're talking about Gore, like Gore definitely counted the votes against himself in favor of Bush in 2001. Yeah, much to his credit, if that's what he means.
But I don't know. I don't see. I've never seen Pence as that big of an ally for Trump. It was more of a he couldn't. I don't think Donald Trump really ever had a true hand in picking who he wanted for that. I think it was I've got the nomination. They want this though, and who do they want to put there? And I just have to go with it if I want their backing and their support for all the crazy, wacky
Yeah,
shit I'm about to say over
that's
the
fair.
next 4 years. And
Yeah.
that's what he got with Mike Pence. And whether it was the right pick by the GOP or not
Well,
is
Pence did.
irrelevant.
It's not that Pence picked him. Pence picked a whole bunch of people before him. I mean, the party picked a whole bunch of people before
Right,
Pence, but uh, they all said no. I think the highest profile guy that I remember saying that he was offered the spot was, oh fuck, the governor of Ohio before DeWine.
right.
Uh, but
Can't remember.
well, anyway, he was offered it, and he said, "Well, no." But it's funny in his the story that he gives. He says they told him that he would basically be running the country because he would decide the policy and he would do all that kind of stuff. And then he was like, "Well, then what's Trump going to do?" And he said, "He's going to be awesome or whatever. He's just going to like kick ass. Like he's going to like." It was all very like.
It's the bulldog. You're going to hold the leash.
Yeah, and he kind of saw himself as the performer who was playing the president, and he wanted to pick, or at least,
Well, aren't they all technically doing that?
yeah, this was Don Jr. who was approaching him on this, and they basically told him like, you'll make the policy decisions, and he'll basically just be the guy in front of the camera who's like, smiling and whatever. And he didn't do it. He was smart to say no to that, I think. But
we have a final entrance in at the last minute to Hazard Analysis, episode 11. The indomitable, the formidable, the controversial, the tantalizing, the titulating, the ass-tastic one, Phil K.O.E.
Ah, yes, folks. It is I, your prince and potentate of punctuality, Phil K.O.E. Folks, it's great to be here on Hazard Analysis. Had a project to finish up installing a door at my mom's house, and that held me up a little bit. But here I am now, all you beautiful
you're a good
people.
son.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So now I got to say, folks, I mean, of course, here at Hazard Analysis, you should be checking us out, but also find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. I couldn't help on the way back. I was hearing y'all thoughts on the Republican primary, and I just couldn't help but think, isn't it funny that a bunch of these not Republicans are telling y'all what you should think about the Republican primary? And I was just
we're looking at literal numbers.
I mean, I think we were all saying that Trump was going to be the nominee. Isn't that what you think too?
Yeah,
oh yes, I've been saying that
Phil
for a long time.
With that.
Yeah.
I actually have an outstanding bet that he's going to be the nominee with a certain Voldemort that shall not be named on this particular stream. But yeah, he bet me $50 that Trump would not be the nominee, and I said bullshit because let's be frank, Iko. About a year ago, the news was pretty heavy with, oh, look at this Ron DeSantis. There's Trump. No way, this Ron DeSantis all the way. Now the closer we get, it's
well, you and I had
Trump.
this conversation. We were in agreement back then too. Like, I thought it was going to be Trump as well. The only reason he wouldn't be the nominee is if he's literally in prison. Like if he's been found guilty of something.
I don't think that would really matter at this point.
Yeah, even that might not.
They're just going to see it as not just bullshit and it's all just
kangaroo
court.
And the idea of prosecuting him or punishing him, it's watered down to the point where really anything that happens to him, his supporters are going to view it as bullshit, even if it is legitimate. And
what's the Fifth Avenue rule?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he does.
Well, if they could just find something that was legitimate, that didn't require some second or third order cause to try and find some nefarious motive, then, maybe some supporters would actually get on board with that. But once you have to invent a second or third order cause, like, well, he has this, so therefore he could do something. And once you got to go there.
Here's my prediction. I think even if there was a tape of him like telling officials in Georgia to go find votes, I think even then it wouldn't matter to his supporters. Not that such a tape would ever,
I was about to say, Iko, I feel like there's a layer of irony or sarcasm there a little bit. Like, I don't know, call it crazy.
No, what gives you that?
But no, at this point, as a Republican primary voter, voting for anybody. Well, I know you do, but it's strategic. But are you a registered Republican?
Well, we don't register in Texas, but if we were to be, if we had registration in Texas, I would still be one, because I've been voting in Republican primaries,
trying to pull the Republicans left.
Even when I was it started that I was a Republican, right? I was one of the Reagan youth, and so I voted in primaries for that reason, and I just never stopped. So
now, to me, I always thought Reagan youth was ironic. It was an ironic label, because I don't know if you remember, there was actually the punk band in the 80s, Reagan Youth. Oh. And so to me, I always thought that it was sort of an ironic, they were saying he was fascist or something. So whenever you say Reagan Youth, I didn't know that there was
Youth. Yeah.
I didn't know that you were being serious about that.
Yeah, it was actually called the Reagan Youth. I don't know if it was Reagan's campaign that called them that, or if it was the media at large. I don't know where it comes from exactly. But yeah, it hadn't occurred to me that it sounds a lot like Hitler Youth. But I was one of them for sure. Now, I wasn't old enough to vote in '84. I was 17. I turned 18 just 2 months after the election, but I did campaign for him. Like I was putting out yard signs. I went to the convention because I believe it was in Dallas one of those years. Yeah,
Actually
84. It was in Dallas. So I went to the convention. Yeah, it was great. I had a T-shirt, a Fritz Busters T-shirt, because Fritz is what they called Walter Mondale, because that was one of his nicknames. I had a little line there, because Ghostbusters was big, that year. But yeah, it was. Yeah. But it is true that Reagan had a youthful appeal, like the younger people. He was kind of like the Bernie, for the Republican Bernie, like
America's grandpa.
It's like, he was. Yeah, he was.
Like my dad back in 2008 and 2012 was always like flabbergasted. It's like, and then in 2016, when it came to Ron Paul and Bernie Sanders, because he was like, wait, what is it about you kids that think some 80-year-old man with 120-year-old economic ideas is going to save the world magically? Like, what the?
Yeah.
And so, but with both Ron Paul and Bernie, like, there is kind of that, we want to elect America's grandpa. Now, the problem is with Biden, it's the grandpa that we're all worried about. Like, every time he like coughs. Yeah, every time he coughs or like drinks, like we're like, oh God, is this it? Is this the one? And so yeah, it's
that. Well, that's one of the reasons why, like, Democrats, and you can say what you want about whether this is wise or not, but Democrats want to run against Trump. And one of the reasons is because they're similar in age, and they both have like verbal gaffes, and they, and obviously, like Trump lost to him once before, and I think that they at least think like a lot of the, like, if you put them on a debate stage against a DeSantis or somebody who's younger, like, that is going to have very different optics than standing next to Trump. And I think that's one of the things that I'm hearing Democratic operatives like talk about more often than anything else.
Now, you do raise an interesting question there, and an interesting point, because like, it's been like Tony's said this many times, like with DeSantis, it seems like a pretty sure thing for a Republican win there, because optically speaking, you've got like DeSantis looks good in that white Navy suit versus like a man who, like, you're worried he's going to go crypt keeper any minute. Like, he doesn't look good. And just visually, doesn't matter what they really say on.
Right.
Doesn't matter.
Visually.
Just visually, optically.
Effect.
Now, Tony,
the picture on everybody's Instagram, like, of them both standing on the page, on the stage, the age difference is very apparent.
Yeah, it's stark. Now with Trump, it can go either way. It's anybody's game. And that's been Tony's point about, like, with Trump, it could go either way. With DeSantis, it seems like a pretty sure thing to the general. Because again, all you got to do is cinch up about 50,000 votes in Wisconsin, Georgia, and Arizona. And Republicans now have the path for the next 100 years, regardless of, like, people say, oh, demographically. Like, but no, I will. I will. I'll stretch that.
I know you will, but I was talking earlier about, like, the Republicans, the GOP, aren't really playing that long-term game. It's more about winning 2024, and we'll figure it out from there. Like, I know it's crazy and nobody wants to hear it, but if you can figure out a Trump DeSantis ticket, you're looking at 12 years of a Republican in control of the White House. But no, we don't care about maintaining control for 12 years. We care about the right now. We'll figure out the tomorrow after tomorrow's already passed. And that's got to be the problem for both parties. Once they get the power, they don't really know how to sustain it. And that's just how it feels on both sides right now.
No, they know how to sustain it. It's just they don't want to. No, they, like, Tony, what you call a bug is actually the main feature, because something Ico actually said, where you can't get a win.
2020.
Well, you can't get a win in politics without it costing you you can't get a win.
Policy win.
Policy. There we go.
Means a political loss. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't get a win in policy without it being a loss in politics, and that is kind of why you've never seen the Democrats do all that, like, much on healthcare. The little that they did, Obama ended up losing the midterms because of it.
That's not my
2010,
point.
2010 was all about, exactly that. Yeah. Well, but except that I would argue that that's a reason why you should go big, right? Like, they should have gone for a bigger piece.
Hello? Oh, we lost him.
I fell asleep in mid-sentence.
Yeah, like mid-sentence. He looks like he Damn it.
No,
But
but
I
that's
think
that's not exactly my point, though. Like, I get what you're saying, but like getting the power and maintaining it for the next election, like when you're looking at, like, I'm going to use a sports analogy here. Like, if you're looking at the kickoff to the 2024 season, like, great, you want to go out there, you want to win that game, but the coach is also simultaneously thinking about what play he's going to call next, but also what recruit is on the sideline watching that game. Not only how he can move the ball down the field, but what the potential recruit that's also watching in attendance that day thinks about the play call that he's about to make and how it could get him to campus and actually commit to the team. So you're playing both games at the same time. And both the Democrats and the Republicans don't, to me, feel like they're playing for the next season. They're playing for this season alone like it's their last. Now you can call it the main feature, but it cost the Republicans 2020, and it did not get them the landslide that they wanted in the midterms in 2022. So I'm just saying, you might not like it, but the Democrats used to be the snake eating its own tail. That's shifted, and it feels more like the GOP is eating itself.
Oh, no. The
You
Democrats
may
are
not like
eternally
it.
the snake eating its
You
own
may not
tail.
like it.
Then the Republic, no.
At least they're
We've
consistent.
gotten a
They're
couple
consistent in their
policy
lunacy,
wins,
Bill.
and Tony, we've gotten Roe v.
They're
Wade, the
consistent.
Second Amendment, affirmative action has all gone by the wayside. And do you think that we weren't going, like, Tony, the fact that we took back the House of Representatives 6 months after overturning Roe v. Wade and the first national election since January 6th. At that point, Republicans should take that as a pretty much just shy of a mandate from God himself that what they're doing is the proper path.
A loss is still a loss, and power being given up, that shouldn't ever be the trade-off long term.
Well, if we would have lost the House, you'd have a point. But we took the House back, and now
That's
actually
fine.
the Freedom
I'm
Caucus
just
has more
saying.
power than they've ever had.
It's the
Yeah,
least
and at this
important
point, the
of the
Republicans-
three.
But the
houses.
Republicans don't feel like a juggernaut heading into the 2024 election, though. Do they? I don't feel like they do, because your leader is Donald Trump, as you expected it to be, with 50%. But as it sits right now, he's still going up against the guy that beat him, like it or not. That doesn't feel like a slam dunk. The Republicans, the way the country's sitting right now,
It's not going to
If it
matter.
was
Biden's
anybody
not
else,
cracking 80 million,
if
so it could be DeSantis,
okay,
it could be
that's not
Trump.
the point,
He's
though,
going to
Bill.
lose.
What we're talking about are the vibe and the polls and how people are heading into this election feeling. This doesn't feel like a slam dunk by any means. And with the way the country's been run for the last 3
2016
years,
didn't feel like a slam dunk
let me
either.
finish
All we
it,
heard
Bill.
was he's got no chance.
The way the country's been run by the Democrats, you would think heading into 2024 that it would be a no-brainer that even the staunchest of fence-sitting voters would be, no, I'm not voting blue again. But that's not the case. It doesn't feel like a slam dunk in any regard. And it's still over a year away. There's still plenty of time to play this thing dirty, and everybody should anticipate that. So, like it or not, this isn't a slam dunk, even with Trump being a 50% favorite and DeSantis being distant in second. It still doesn't feel like he's going in just looking like fucking Apollo Creed going against Rocky. It doesn't.
Trump just doesn't look like he's got the momentum. He just can't do it, folks. I got to say, 2015, 2016 called they want their Democrat memes back. So, like, I'm sorry, T, but like the idea that it just doesn't feel like a juggernaut. Like, well, like, what do you mean by that? The man's been put under every legal side quest of just politicized bullshit you can imagine. And he's still leading in the national polls of the Republican Party.
You're missing the entire point.
No, I just made the entire point there.
No, you're missing the entire point I'm making, and you're just trying to...
No, I'm correcting your point. I'm sorry.
You're just saying yours over and over again. That doesn't correct anything. You're just repeating yourself. And you can do that, which we know you love because you love the sound of your own voice on these points, but it doesn't change the fact that it's not a slam
anything I've said
against Joe Biden.
Not going to happen, but feel
what?
free to try.
The fucking numbers say that that's true. Because he's already lost once. Chicken said this multiple times.
You remember those polls, how they turned out the president Hillary Clinton in her reign in 2016? Yeah. The polls.
And they say Nebraska.
Go back and look at the polls. They
said that Hillary Clinton was 11 points ahead in Wisconsin 10 days before the fucking election. They were a politicized lie. I'm sorry. They were a politicized weapon to try and disenfranchise and try to dispirit your political opposition. That's all they were in 2016. The polls were wildly wrong. You can point to a few that a few days before the election fell within the margin of error, but before that,
the national polls were correct. The state
results.
polls were bad, but the state polls are always bad. You should never trust the state polls because but if you go back and look at real clear
the
politics,
national polls were right. We all remember the reign of President Hillary Clinton.
The national polls were predicting.
Yeah, we remember that second term of Donald Trump. Just
the national polls. Hold on. The national polls were. How close do you think the national polls were to the actual result? Real clear politics. I haven't even looked it up yet. Go to real clear politics.
I'm not even going to.
I'm not even within 1 or 2 points.
Because yeah, but they all guessed for Hillary, and guess what? What they always do is 2 or 3 days before the election, they fall within the margin of victory, or the margin of error, so they could say, well, we were really close. So just ignore all the bullshit we were saying for the last 6 months, but the last 2 days is when they always fall within the margin of error every single time, so they can spin this bullshit story that you're spinning right now. Well, they were just so close 2 days before the election. Yeah, because you go within the margin of error.
No, because the pundits weren't changing. Look, the pundits weren't changing their story. The only people that were knew how to read the polls and were saying that like Trump had a good chance of winning, 30% chance of winning, was 538. And they were wildly ridiculed by people who thought that he gave
everyone else that was
Trump
feeding his
way
bullshit
too high
polls,
of a chance, because nobody else was reading the polls. They were reading what they wanted to read out of it, or they were looking at state polls that had like terrible track records. But if you look at the national polls, the thing is about the national poll is it doesn't tell you anything about how the electoral college will go, right? It's just going to tell you how the popular vote's going to go. And but those national polls were like dead on accurate. So that was 2016.
So the polls of New York,
but then you don't have to rely
just
on it. It's not just 2016, right? You then look at 2018.
Well, we're talking about 2016 in particular.
2022.
No, Phil, you're talking about 2016.
Yeah, they had to make a correction because they were so wildly off. They were 11 points off in Wisconsin.
You're right to say that you're living more in the past.
The state polls have no bearing on the national polls. Absolute nonsense. That's where they get the data for the actual overall national polls. And they were still wildly off. Ridiculously to the point where it was weaponized.
Here's the problem. The reason pundits were so unwilling to accept a Trump victory like before the election in 2016. This is why I bought
they were bought and paid for.
And
they put their allegiance to politics
on futures markets. It was because people tend to go back to past elections, especially the past election that went their way the best, and then say, "Oh, that's what this one's going to be like." Well, see, we know Trump's going to win because look at 2016. We're going to ignore.
No, I didn't say that. I said the polls had to recorrect.
We're going to ignore 2022
because they were so wildly off, and so they actually got at least closer to the truth. They just lied differently, but at least closer to the truth.
Yeah, but that
okay. Then what did the polls say during Reagan's
to say that Trump's going to be the
nominee for the first time? What did the polls say during Reagan's campaign when he was
probably look him up?
I'm curious.
I don't have him right in front of me.
I'm just wondering, Phil, because like the last time we actually had an election like 2016, the only comparison I can make would be a Ronald Reagan campaign. Coming from someone who's a DC outsider.
He was wildly popular against somebody wildly unpopular.
But there you go. You got a guy who's wildly popular, who's an actor, who's beloved in a regard, versus Donald Trump, who
but 2016 was an open
race.
Was
not beloved and was a DC
outsider
and came in. And people on the street, if you randomly ask them, which is what we're talking about when it comes to polls, they're like, I don't really know how the guy off of fucking TV reality shows is going to beat politician Hillary Clinton. Just the general idea, random person you ask, and that's where they got the idea for these polls. And who gives a shit? It didn't matter. When it came down to actually voting, people didn't want to vote for Hillary Clinton, and that's what it mattered. You're right. Polls don't reflect people voting when it actually comes down to being alone in the voting booth. People actually vote the way they want to vote, regardless of how they answer a question. We've had this discussion with Tom. But that's really not my point that I was originally trying to make. You've successfully shifted into making the point that you want to make, but I'm going to tell you
just
one
the
more
right
time.
One, that's all.
Ignore this at your own peril like you typically do and then find out the hard way later on. I'm telling you this as a nonpartisan voter, Phil. I'm just telling you this. So be wary. They need to do something to make it appealing to vote the way that you want them to vote, to make it look like a much stronger candidacy. Regardless of the GOP primary caucus polls, that has no bearing on the 2024 election. And as it sits right now, it just doesn't look like a slam dunk.
Oh, don't worry. Biden diving us headlong into World War III.
You want to hear an amazing number? this just occurred to me right now. I didn't think about this until right now, but this is the fifth election, the fifth national election where Trump is a factor.
Yeah.
The fifth, 2016, 2018, 2020, 2022, 2024. Like, we can't really call him like a newbie anymore, right? Like,
no, not anymore.
He's definitely an established.
You could definitely call him a political outsider, though. Even now at this point, if he was a political insider, he would have had a heads up on the fucking raid of his house. Okay, you can't make the idea that he's totally an insider and he's got all this inside information.
He's an insider
with on shit. No, we don't.
He's an insider. I would say within the party, right? Like he has. There's two camps within the Republican Party right now. So there are the Trump people and then the non-Trump people. So. On the House, I think it's a very Trumpy House. I think Kevin McCarthy is definitely somebody where Trump is an insider with him, right? But then McConnell is definitely not pro-Trump. So I would say he's like it's half and half. He's like Schrodinger's insider right now.
So he's an insider, but he's really not.
Yeah, I mean, he's insider with half the party and not with the other half.
I'm on the house.
Well, unfortunately for the non-Trump side, the Trump side has all those pesky voters. If the GOP could just overcome the will of their pesky voters, then they wouldn't have to deal with Trump anymore. But the voters want Trump.
They need super delegates. GOP needs super delegates.
Jesus. No. You mean that thing that's just like, hey, this is this thing we invented. So in case we want to fuck over a grassroots candidate for any reason, we just kind of can and pull the rug out from under him.
You know who
brilliant invention, Democrats.
You know who liked super delegates was
Hillary loved him.
Rush Limbaugh, because he didn't like the idea. He was always terrified that Democrats would cross over.
I never liked Rush's takes on the conventions. 2012 convention, I hated his take. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Right, because he was terrified that Democrats would come over and like sort of take over the party by voting in Republican elections, which is what I do, right? And he wanted Republicans to do it because he thought it was, well, Democrats are doing it, so we have to do it too. Remember, he called it Operation Chaos.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Right. And so he wanted
Obama.
He wanted the party to have control over its own nominations and not have to like deal with like people walking into the voting booth. Yeah, especially voters who he didn't think were actual.
And that's why super delegates are an awful idea. And Democrats, I think they've done some reform to it, but not enough.
They have. But here's the thing, though. It hasn't been the win for the left that they think it is, because they've shrunk the number of super delegates, but at the same time, they're getting rid of caucuses, and caucuses are where the establishment tends to lose, because Bernie would go into a caucus and he would get everybody organized and he would gamify it and everything. And so he would win the caucuses, right? But then the establishment candidate would win. This was true both for Hillary and for Biden. They would win like in a primary, like the actual voters would vote for Hillary and for Biden. But then Bernie would come in and clean up on the caucuses. And so they're getting rid of the caucuses in exchange for reducing the number of superdelegates. That's on net worse for insurgents.
Now, Aiko, we've been talking about the presidential nomination process.
Right. I can think of one super duper delegate.
I can think of one person that like you need to consider in 2024. I don't know if you've considered him. Tony, let's hit that beautiful, beautiful footage.
I can hear you. I'm just going to run to the fridge, but I've got my headphones on.
Okay.
Oh, no. We got to wait for you.
Yeah. Well, you run to the fridge. I can, you need to see this glory. You need to see this beauty. Because
if we're talking super delegates, like there's really never been a super duper delegate until the 2024 election and campaign. Like there's never been a super duper delegate.
Well, you can't be your own delegate if you're running, Phil. You can't also be a delegate, right?
Well, no, I'm the super duperest delegate. I'm the delegate of all delegates. Okay, like I delegate to my delegates.
Pardon?
No, but it's also like sort of like now, Aiko, you're gonna love this. In the same way that Trump can unilaterally declassify without even having to tell anybody and just do so in his mind.
Right.
That is
right,
the
right.
same process in which I'm going to register in all 50 states.
That makes sense. Yeah, you just intend it, and
No,
like
actually,
the ballots.
I am
Like-
the
like the-
write-in candidate of preference, but also,
Right.
the different parties, they're all begging me to be their candidate. The Democrats, like, we don't know if Biden's going to be able to make it in 2024.
All
Phil,
right.
can you just go ahead and be our candidate? The Republicans are like, Phil, between Ron DeSantis and Trump, we're not really satisfied with any. Like, Phil, can you please be our nominee? And I'm like, yeah. And then the Libertarian Party, like, just go. But yeah, like I have parties from all over the country begging me to be their nominee. So we'll see where it eventually ends up. But Tony, hit that beautiful footage so the people can know what it is that God bless this glorious land. And because this land is so glorious, it needs a new president to match that glory. And that person is Phil K.O.E.
Oh.
Yes, Phil K.O.E. in
I'm a
2024.
little nervous, you
A
standing up
man
there.
who truly loves America, a man who loves this nation and the people in it. Phil K.O.E., the
Was this the
true
escalator
alternative in 2024. The man you all need, a man of the nation, a man of the country, a man of the people, a man of nature, a man who is going to point us to a brighter tomorrow. Yes, Phil K.O.E. He is a man of decisive action. Phil K.O.E.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is for America. I'm going to do that for you in Washington, D.C. Whatever
That's
that
your
is,
Captain America
you're going to get a
moment.
lot of that.
Yes, folks, Phil K.O.E., a man who will make sure to dot the I's and cross the T's of American government. Phil K.O.E., he will make sure to preserve your freedoms to work on go-karts on the weekend or whatever you call fun in this glorious nation. That's why you need to consider
Is that your
Phil
brother?
K.O.E.
And that,
No, that's
folks,
chicken.
is why I am asking for your vote in 2024, folks, because I, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., have officially announced my candidacy for the presidency of the United States of America. Beautiful, beautiful flag. Old Glory is coming with me, folks, and we're going all the way to Washington, D.C. If you're tired of business as usual in D.C., do the right thing. In 2024, vote extreme. Phil K.O.E., the choice for you, the choice for me, the choice for everyone within all sundry. Folks, God bless
Like you're
every
gonna
last
vote
one
for
of you,
someone else.
and we're taking this all the way to Washington, D.C. in 2024. Vote Phil K.O.E. to fix D.C. Yes, folks, it's going to happen. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be glorious. You're going to join me, the Cabinet of Extreme. Our inauguration party is going to make the Jackson inauguration party look like a debutante ball, folks. It's going to be amazing. Old Glory's coming with me. What else do we need? God bless all of you beautiful people. Travel well, and in 2024, vote Phil K.O.E.
Beautiful. That's truly, truly amazing. Truly amazing stuff. So yes, folks, in Phil K.O.E. to fix DC in 2024. It's the proper path for you and for me, folks. So Iko, since you are my current nominee as head of the EPA, can I count on your vote? You're muted. He was speechless. He was speechless. He couldn't even it was so beautiful that he just
I think I'll be voting against my own self-interest in that election by by voting against both you and me for that race.
Son of a biscuit. So
But-
I'm so bipartisan. I'm even bringing in somebody who didn't vote for me.
But I will
folks.
give you
I'm a
some good
president of all
campaign
of them.
advice. Get one of those like fuzzy mic covers. You know what I'm talking about? The ones like that looks like it's got long hair like coming out of it.
Mhm.
It'll help with the wind, like it'll filter out the wind stuff.
Nice.
He used a cell phone to fucking record that.
Yeah, like it was pretty low tech, but like
Okay.
again, I'm a man of the
Oh.
people.
But they've got those little special mics that you can plug into the back of your cell phone.
Okay.
And and the one that I bought one recently was like $130 at Best Buy, and it came with one of those covers. So I which is great because I used it. We did some outdoor stuff with the debate kids, and didn't have any wind problems at all.
Nice.
So,
all right.
yeah.
That's definitely on the short list now.
Yeah.
Because like
I'll send you a
need
link
to get
to it.
Yes, please do, because I'm getting a new phone soon, and so if I get me one of them, I got basically a little portable podcast recording studio.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're great.
All righty, sweet. But
and
yeah,
so that's on a tripod and everything. It's great.
That's the first ad in this campaign of Extreme. Many more to come. So this is the movement that we all need, folks. This is, if you're tired of business as use you well, come for me and vote for Phil K.O.E. Now, what's kind of funny is I was joking with Tony the other day. It's like, because I'm the guy that's like, Trump's problem is when Trump wasn't Trump enough. Like, if I would have mentioned this when I was on with like Destiny and such, Brianna Wu probably would already be like funding my campaign to like, no, Phil, we need to make sure your name is just on the ballot in Georgia, Arizona, and Wisconsin. That's it. Your name is on those 3 ballots, and that's it. Phil K.O.E., the guy that thinks Trump isn't Trump enough. And he was like, so I was like, shit, missed opportunity. Oh, well. Yeah. Oh, well. So, but no, I want to do this organically. Folks, I want to do this with all of you beautiful people. This campaign of Extreme is going to be one to remember. So now
we're going to do a virtual town hall here at some point and just try to get all the people to show up in the comments to ask the hard-hitting questions.
Now I remember on my way here, I remember one of you saying that you wanted the nominee to be Chris Christie.
That wasn't me.
Yeah, no, me. I would like to have Chris Christie as the nominee, but I realize he won't win. He can't win. But,
that's just my only question. Why?
I think that's why, Phil. I think
because
God, okay, he won't win.
That's why.
Well, no, yeah. I mean, I suppose that's a bonus too. No, but when I vote in the Republican primary, I don't do it like I don't believe in the Operation Chaos, like put the weakest candidate in kind of thing. I vote with the idea that person will actually become president. So Christie to me is like more of sort of a traditional like Republican who's like market oriented and all of that. So that like fits closer to my sort of like, liberal beliefs than MAGA is.
Yeah, like MAGA right-wing populism, it's a new thing. Like we've never had anything quite like
it used to exist in the Democratic Party. Like a lot of these are like Democrats from like back in the day. So I mean, I wouldn't have been a Democrat in the 1950s either. Like, so that's kind of explains a little bit of that.
Tyler, sorry, this is not Big Bucket Empire. Yeah, thank you. I was like, come on, Jen. I was like, motherfucker, come on. Like, but luckily, this isn't that night. That's Big Bucket Empire on whatever night chicken. Just like it kind of shifts from minute to minute. We're
Monday, happy days. Tuesday, Wednesday.
So can we talk about the thing that I talked to you about, Phil? Is it okay to do that?
You know what? I think this is a good shifting point because I want to get into. I'll let you kind of unpack this, and then afterwards, I want to get into a little bit of an update in Ukraine. So we'll make. But so Tony, this is an article that Iko sent me the other day, and he's like wanting to get into. And this is one of those like, Tony, you know how much I like Elon Musk, right? I think he's pretty funny. I think at times his tweets are pretty based, and I'm totally behind his whole idea of getting humanity to Mars. Totally down with it.
Okay.
But Tony, there is no such thing as the perfect human being. None of us are gods, and none of us are God, and we will make mistakes, and we will stumble on our path. And this is a stumble. in my
Well, you're
personal
trying to
opinion.
soften a blow here. What's going on?
No, I'm saying this is a stumble here, as far as I'm concerned, with Elon. So without further ado, Ico's got to make sure that his beard and his
Yes.
mustache is finally combed for this one.
Yeah.
Without further ado, yes, like that's like something like you'd expect some sort of like internet villain to do, like yes,
Yeah.
yes, we shall.
I need to have the
do what
cat
we
sitting on my lap here, just
and then we will manipulate the Bitcoin market. Something must be afoul. It's marvelous. So, but now without all that, Ico, floor is yours, sir.
Oh yeah, okay. So, I don't have it in front of me. I should have teed it up, but it was released last week, I guess. Now that Tesla has now signed a document with the Chinese government committing or to express their commitment to the core. Let's see, what was the exact phrase that they put it? The core socialist values
of the Chinese Communist Party. Yeah.
Yes.
In order to be allowed to do business,
core socialist values
in China, they had to sign this pledge where they will uphold core socialist values of the Chinese Communist Party.
It's a price war truce.
What's that?
Is that what I'm looking at here? Tesla and Chinese
EV
producers have reportedly signed a price war truce.
Yeah. And the price war truce is the one. You can keep reading it. If that's the one from Fox Business,
I've got Reuters pulled up here now.
Okay, yeah, Reuters is fine. Yeah.
I was about to say, like, I'll give anybody a nickel the first, if I were to be sitting with somebody who's like, all right, you don't know anything about news? Here's this website. How do you pronounce it? If you get it right the first time, I'll give you $1.
Reuters.
And send them to Reuters. It's like, Reuters?
Reuters? Right, yeah.
Not
first time you're going to get it wrong.
It claims to be.
Yeah.
What's behind China's failed now, but in it, they had to sign the pledge where we will uphold the Chinese Communist government.
Core socialist values. Yeah, is the phrase.
Yeah, which is fucking cringe. I'm going to be honest with you. Fucking cringe. Now, don't get me wrong. I get in this modern day in business, if you want to do business in China, they're going to make you do the equivalent of the Chinese Boy Scout pledge. I totally get that, but at the same time, there's a reason
I've got the Fox article.
They want to see Western companies have to bend that knee. They just do. And it's fucking cringe every time they do. It's cringe when Hollywood does it, and it's cringe here when Elon did it. I'm just going to go ahead and just say it openly.
So there's two possible reactions to that. Like, one is you can just pack up and leave, or you can play along. And I think one of the strategies, this is one of the interesting things about Trump and Biden, is they both have this sort of anti-Chinese trade philosophy, which is interesting and weird, because the former two presidents, it would be, if you were to, if on this issue you were to have a debate of 2 versus 2, it would be Trump and Biden versus Obama and Bush, because it's Trump and Biden who both have this sort of anti-China trade policies and stuff like that. So I would argue that both Trump and Biden would say, yeah, you shouldn't be doing business in China. You should be in America. And I think that Obama
I command all businesses to return to didn't he do that at one point? He
talked about it, but the only now Biden actually did. He did that thing with the chip manufacturers, that if you're working for any of those silicon companies, you lose your American citizenship if you continue to work there. And so all of that American talent came back rushing back to America, almost overnight, when he issued that executive order. But Trump has made some he said trade wars are easy to win, and did all the stuff that he did, in his 4 years, specifically with regards to China.
It was a breeze. It was those trade wars were just a breeze. Let me tell you. As a farmer, there was a guy who was running for governor here in Nebraska. And Pillen ended up winning, and thank God. Pillen's been one of the most based governors of fucking Nebraska that we've had in a long time.
Right.
But the guy he was running against, he was Trump's ag secretary, and my brother was even saying, like, it wouldn't be all that hard to formulate a campaign against this guy because, like, oh yeah, you did such a bang up job in that trade war there, pal. It was and actually, speaking of Grow the Farm Up, we got Grow the Farm Up. Can we get a live preview of the K.O.E presidential campaign commercial? He is going to point us in a direction. Measuring the flag was a master stroke. Thank you. I will play that again here, actually, very shortly. We did just play it not too terribly long ago, Grow the Farm Up. But yeah, I'll play that again here in a little bit. But so,
you know what you should do is you should have a commercial where you ask all of your cabinet nominees the same question that you asked me, and then just all of us like avoid answering the question.
Like, oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
But I think that actually is pretty good. Like, there's some things of you that are here, some things that are there, and some things are a little bit everywhere. And so, and so it's like people are asking me, so who's in the cabinet, who's not? It's like, so thus far, unfortunately, all I have confirmed is Eichow for EPA and Grow the Farm Up for head of the ag department, but he also wants to head up.
Don't you have Soyaddle for?
Yeah, I need to interview him yet. I want to I want him to come on and give me his whole breakdown of his energy policy, and then I'm gonna give him my all right, here's my addition. Okay, I think fusion is good. Way too complex of a message, way too complicated. We need to simplify that to just fusion good. So every time the word fusion comes out of your mouth, it will be followed by the word good. And so if we can get a fusion good reactor, we will make sure that the reactor for fusion good will make it so that's fusion good. I like it.
Yeah, I would like to get to the point where the two words are fusion exists. That would be.
Well, actually, we're building a fusion rocket right now as we speak, and we've actually been able to maintain fusion reactions in the trillions of Kelvin. So it's really just like this is something that me and Voldemort had a very heavy disagreement about. I don't know why that just amuses me so much. Voldemort, he shall not be named. Really, we're past the science problem, and it's just an engineering problem. Now, it's a fuck of an engineering problem. How do you make the heat of the sun not like melt into things? But like, it's kind of like, well, gasoline, like a combustion engine causes explosions. I mean, that's fire and explosion. How can you hope to harness that? It's like, well, through engineering. Like that's like, now Tony calls this Phil's lasso. Where I just like got Phil's lasso, just like, all right, we'll just solve that problem with Phil's lasso there. I'm really missing Tony right now, but
that's like what's that the comic where the guy's like saying, step 1 do this, like step 2 is ... step 3 profit. It's always that step 2 that's always the problem.
Yep. Grow the Farm Up. Remember the 5 D's of dodgeball: dodge, dive, duck, dunk, and dodge. If you could dodge a wrench, you can dodge a political question. Well done. Like, just
you absolutely can.
Stuff. So, but to me, fusion, I get that it seems like it's far off, but now we're closer than we've ever been, and it's just going to be one day where it's just like, oh, we have fucking fusion now. Fuck, I guess like it. The fast spaceships and the cheap energy is actually going to end. The one that doesn't seem immediately apparent, but when we can get fusion, all that ocean water can now easily be converted to fresh water because it's just a matter of energy. Desalinization, the reason we don't do it is because it's so energy intensive. But if we had fusion energy, that's not even a problem anymore. So we could literally quench the deserts the minute we get fusion energy. We could literally completely terraform our planet into whatever we want. And that's why people like me, like, I know this sounds like, but that's why folks like me kind of hand wave off some environmental concerns, because it's the K.O.E law of slow moving disasters. If the disaster's moving slow enough, the vested interests will do everything they can to try and avoid that disaster, and most of the time you're going to avoid it. So I know it's not a 100% rule, but I've noticed that.
Yeah, this week is a really bad week for that message, I feel like.
Now, this is the weird thing. Where I'm at, it's actually been quite mild. Like it's been
mild in California too. I was just having this conversation yesterday because the idea of like wildfires in California like came up or whatever, and it was like, oh, when you look it up, California is actually having a really mild summer. Like, but the planet itself is not so much.
A little warm.
Because you heard about what's happening in Florida, right? With the insurance companies pulling out and all of that. Like farmers just pulled out a couple days ago.
Yeah, I was hearing about that, but it's just one of those like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
yeah,
because that's been, but like also apparently Death Valley, California today had the highest temperature ever recorded anywhere in God's creation. Now that's amazing, but I'm betting you dollars to donuts it's been hotter there before we was writing shit down. It's kind of the way of the world.
Yeah, I mean, you can't tell day by day temperatures from ice core samples. You can only tell like just broad strokes. But as far as like when we've been measuring things, this is the hottest day recorded.
But like, so it's one of those like, yes, as far as we've been met, but let's not be under the illusion that this is the hottest day it's ever been ever in anything. Like, nah, it's been a lot hotter before. And hell, during the dinosaur times, plants were a lot bigger because the general planet was just a lot warmer. So,
I mean, there was a time when the atmosphere had more carbon in it, right? But of course, that was a time when there were no animals. Like we needed plants to come up and like start to suck some of that in.
Well, what do you think those plants that were much larger than the ones today? What do you think they were? They were bringing in carbon, and so like they need carbon to live, and so like grow the farm up. Crops need CO2. And so actually when we had more CO2 in the atmosphere, our plant life got a lot bigger. So like, I don't want us to vastly alter our environment in any way. But what I'm saying is it's not a necessary given that a change to our environment is going to be an overall unambiguous bad. Okay.
Well, I mean, it'll be a bad for some things and a good for other things. That's always the case with disruptions, right? But I think that the real issue is that you have to sequester if you want to prevent these impacts, then you have to sequester the CO2 at a faster rate than you're emitting it. And right now we're emitting it too fast for the plants to be able to sequester it. So we don't necessarily need, like everyone's talking about like net zero. We don't need net zero unless by net you mean like net to like the plant life on the planet or something. But if you're talking about like net zero just for like changes that we make to the environment or whatever, like we can, if right now, if we can get to where it's 20% fossil fuels instead of 50% fossil fuels or whatever it is, that might be enough because it would get to the point where all the plant life on Earth is sequestering more than what's being emitted. And your big measure for that is the Keeling curve. It's going to be the measure of how many parts per million CO2 do we have like in the atmosphere. And when that starts falling instead of rising, like that'll be like a great thing.
Well, now,
so it doesn't necessarily mean zero. It just means less than we have now.
You, as my head of the EPA, will be in a lot of talks with this guy, my head of the Department of Agriculture, because cover crops is going to be a huge part of my carbon sequestration regimen.
Yeah.
Because like that, these carbon plants where they want to just pump the carbon underground, like, first of all, that sounds tremendously inefficient. And second of all,
plants already do that.
And then my other thought is, do you want to make carbon pollution Godzilla? Because this is how you make carbon pollution Godzilla. Right. Okay. And then we pumped all the pollution underground until it arose back up again like a monster to fucking fuck with us again. Like that's good. And so, like you even said, like, because I've had some nerds say, what plants do is not carbon sequestration, it's carbon conversion. But you said, well, no, actually, that's how carbon gets converted to oil. It's plants that do that shit.
You're sequestering it under the ground. Yeah. I mean, I would argue it's carbon conversion is happening, but I think I would argue that it's sequestration as well.
And So yeah, I was happy with that correction there, because I had some nerds
Yeah.
saying it's not sequestration. It's like, oh, fine, nerds, if that's what you want to do. But like, that's why I say cover crops on our fields has yielded a lot of good results for our soil. And also, it's just the idea of, would you rather spray a herbicide to kill all the weeds growing there, or just plant something there? Because Mother Nature is going to try and grow something there regardless of what you do. So like, so you just as well put something that could be beneficial. Let's see, grow the farm on all elements attached to the carbon chain in molecular biology. Third Rail with Omar. A nice, well, hey there, Third Rail. Thanks for being here. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and all that good stuff.
By the way, I'd be all for paying farmers to grow cover crops, right? Because the more sequestrations that we get going, the better.
Hell, I was like, don't even need to like pay, like just give them like a tax rebate or something like that.
Yeah,
They'll love like grow farm at CO2 is a natural energy conversion for all life forms. Regenerative farming will take us Tomcar. I think that meant far to a possibly carbon neutral country. That would be pretty tits. I'll be honest with you. If we could actually get there using regenerative agriculture, especially because it's something that people don't think of. It's not immediately apparent because only 3% of the human population now is tied to agriculture in some way. Worldwide. I remember reading that. It's only 3% of the world population now has something to do with agriculture. Because everybody else is... Okay.
So here's the question then. Is there like, because I feel like if Elon can do this, then anybody can do this, right? Like any of these corporations are going to be able to do it. Is there a way, do you think, that the West should react to like large multinational corporations making this kind of a pledge? Like it's because even if you're on the left, you're not okay with China. Like China is like a threat to us, whether or not, you know, even if you're a freaking socialist, right? That's not the same as what China does. So at some point, there's got to be some way of disincentivizing corporations from doing this sort of thing.
Yeah, because like even on the Western left and the Western right, China's found a way to be distasteful to everybody.
Yeah, right.
Spectrum. Like it's kind of fascinating because I knew some guys who wanted to do a business deal in China before COVID. And after COVID hit, I was like, yeah,
maybe
I don't think you should do that. That's less than a good idea. Right. But you never know what the future is going to bring because China's got a lot of money and it's got a lot of people. Now they did just lose something. They lost their number one sales pitch. The most populated place on the planet. Right.
Yeah, sure.
India now has that distinction.
And China's collapsing fast too. Like it's not going to be even close like in 10 years.
Yeah, that one child policy is gonna hit like a brick wall. Like it. Now, let me ask you something. What was more of the reason for that? Because it's a little bit of both, but like, was China way over exaggerating its numbers, or was India just viciously inefficient and actually documenting how many people they had?
Oh,
it's somewhere in between there, but
most of what I've read is that China was like hiding the problem, and there came a point where you just couldn't do that anymore because the problem, and this is why I talked about this at the breakout of COVID, because people were saying, "Oh, we can't trust China's COVID numbers." Well, yeah, it's true. You can't trust their COVID numbers to a point, but even China, like if once you cover things up too much, all of a sudden, like your internal like projections don't work anymore. You have to share all this information with all of these different sort of regional agencies and businesses and things like that. And so if your numbers are wrong because you're covering shit up, eventually that stuff's going to blow up in your face because you're not going to be able to do any projections. You're not going to be able to have an accurate. Nothing's going to work.
But everybody has kind of known for at least the last half century that every government, not just China or not just us or any government, they got two sets of numbers. They got the numbers that they show us. And then there's the numbers where I always like to say they lied differently. They don't like tell the truth in those other numbers. They lied a little differently.
But they're not, it's just that it's not sustainable, right? Like you can lie for a certain amount of time and get away with it. But eventually, one of two things is going to happen.
USSR found that out.
Yeah, someone's going to either discover the truth and it's going to come out that way, or the numbers that you're going to be fooling yourself with it. You're going to forget about that first set of numbers, and nothing's going to balance out, because you have to share that first set of numbers, like the real numbers, with enough people within the government to where it becomes like impossible for it not to leak. And because in large systems, there's just too many people who have to cooperate with each other. So I don't like, yeah, you can lie for a while, you can cover things up for a while, but after a while, like those numbers have to come together to a degree, or nothing's going to work.
Or we have a recession.
Yeah, I mean,
that's pretty much what like either the unreality gets too much to the point where we just have another recession.
Yeah,
but like now, China's
exports are collapsing right now.
A lot of things are collapsing in China right now. Now it's not over. Like China has begun to destroy its own markets. China is a huge.
Right.
They're having a slowdown, but I'll never forget. Like during the 2000s, I would read some really reliable economic forecasters and reports.
Right.
And they're all every year. China's GDP grew 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%. I'm like, okay, Iko, if you look at anybody's books and it's a 10%, 10%, like Bernie Madoff was 10%, 10%, 10%, 10% every year. It's like, okay, how bad are you cooking your books? And then like the Ghost City thing was peculiar. And so there's an extent
they try.
of
China
unreality. But
China definitely does try to like put out fake numbers to the degree that it can. It's just, it's not an easy art. Like it's actually really difficult to sustain.
As all Grow the Farm Up says, as all portfolio managers say, China is like a pig on LSD. You never know which way it's going to run, which is actually true, because like if you can convince the right bureaucrat of your idea, it doesn't actually matter if it's a good idea or not. It's going to get implemented to fucking the most umpteenth degree, and it's going to be imposed over millions of people. Like it's a fascinating, like don't get me wrong, it's horrible for the people who have to live under it, but like it's almost like kind of horrifically fascinating to watch. You know what I mean? Like it's like some awful like H.R. Giger massive factory of horror, and it's like, wow, this is like impressive unto itself. But in the end, China's going to have there's not going to be like the collapse. At worst, you might have what I call a version of Japan's lost decade. That might happen to China. But you're not going to see the like Somalia style.
They've got to figure out a way to start having babies. Is what
What's
it is.
that?
They need to figure out a way to start having babies. That's what it comes down to.
Do they ever? They don't have Zoomers. They just don't have Zoomers in China. Like,
and they can't do what like a lot of other countries do, which is just make up for it with immigration, because China's so fucking big that immigration, they couldn't possibly bring in enough people to make up for a shortfall like this, because they're, I suppose they could bring in Indians that might solve problems for both of those countries. But it'd be very difficult. But they're so anti-immigration, just in Asia more broadly, they tend not to like immigration. So China's no different. So culturally, I just don't see them doing that.
Crap. I just tried to send Lee Fay a link to the StreamYard, and I ended up accidentally sending him a link to some Discord, God knows what. So hang on. Give me just a second, Lee Fay. But yeah, so China, I mean, you're correct. This is going to be a problem. And like I said, I don't like the idea of us having to bend the knee to China any more than anybody else. But the question is, like you said, like kind of to both sides, the American left, they love China's like they like it's the idea of it being the bastion of communism. The American right likes China's money. And that's the problem.
It's state capitalism.
Too many hands in the cookie jar.
Yeah, I think we have an opportunity here. Don't get me wrong. Like, I think it's pretty shitty. I think what's going to happen in China is going to like affect the world in ways that are pretty profound. But at the same time, I think if to the extent that we can help a little bit, there needs to be strings attached.
Okay.
They need to finally start giving the Chinese people like some political freedoms. And I don't know how we do it.
That's a dirty word you just said.
Like, I
all right.
remember thinking, okay, it's possible in some countries. Like, I can see it in Russia, like getting the right oligarch in there and having them like be less aggressively anti-Western, for instance, is possible, I guess. But with China, they're just so established, and they're like their bureaucracy. It's not like Russia where you have one person who's in charge and what that person says goes, right? So he's basically king of Russia is Putin, right? But that's not the way it works in China. In China, you have committee over committee over committee over committee. Like even if she woke up tomorrow and said, I want to turn China into democracy, he couldn't do it because it's all of these committees that sort of work together to create this policy. And she is sort of like the mouthpiece for that whole system.
Corporate board.
Yeah. So changing things in China, it could be very, very
difficult. Give me just one moment here because I have another grand entrance that I must make here. And that is for Lethe Water Kai. Thank you for being here, sir. And I got a couple of comments I want to catch up on. There's one by this based motherfucker named Lethe Water Kai. I don't know if you've heard of him. Hey, Phil, did you hear about China defaulting on its debt to the U.S.? I've heard about that, but it didn't have an effect I was expecting. But let me get a couple more comments. Grow the farm up. As president, you need to focus on getting China and India back as our primary trading partners. So far, we have given up China and India. In return, we got Europe big whoop as we already had Europe. Bandit goes, we know you sent him. Yeah, send him porn. Like, there you go. Grow the farm up. I will rather trade with the 5 billion person economy of India and China than the decrepit, collapsing European Union of over-regulation. Whoa, all right. Grow the farm up, throw in some bombs.
Because China's not overregulated.
No, but it's a lot of folk, though. But so, Lethe,
a lot of people, yeah.
We're talking about China. And our trading with China and Western companies dealing with China. And like, I'll never forget, I was actually sitting at the farm the day when Trump sends the tweet, I am commanding all U.S. businesses to withdraw from China. And we're just like,
hold up.
He can't even do, like, what the fuck are you talking about, Trump? Like, now, don't get me wrong. We were laughing our balls off. Oh, like the Trump is like, I command all U.S. businesses, because in the folks in China, in their mind, like, oh shit, the president just commanded all businesses to leave. And so, like, for at least 2 hours, he fucked with everybody's head in the Chinese government. They were like, oh my God. And then they realized, no, wait, it doesn't work. Oh, okay.
Oh, they aren't us? Oh, he can't do, okay, cool.
Okay, thank God. Oh my Lord. Like, I'm sure they weren't thanking Jesus in that moment, although they should. But I'm sure it was something along those lines. But yeah, for 2 hours, that was probably one of the funnier things. Grow the farm up. Global trade is all about volume. Very true. And actually, tomorrow morning, Grow the Farm Up, we're going to see if the Black Sea grain deal gets an extension or not. Now, actually, on Fridays, the grain markets closed almost limit up, like corn's over $5 for the first time in a long time. And anybody that's wanting to lock in that price, you might have an hour or two on, like, not to be construed as actual investment advice, but you might have an hour or two to lock in those prices because the Black Sea grain deal expires on Monday. So if they don't have a deal by like 10 o'clock in the morning, you can probably do some work there, but I suspect they're eventually, by the end of this week, probably going to have something along those lines for the Black Sea.
Well, I think they will, because Erdogan said that if it expires, this is a really aggressive move by him. But Erdogan said that if it does expire, then he's going to use the Turkish Navy to protect all of the ships. and escort them through the Black Sea.
World War III. Remember you guys saying this wasn't World War III a few months ago? I was like, yo, guys, this is World War III. Nah, it ain't World War III. Starting to feel a little bit more like that shit now, but like I'm really
I think
hoping
it was a based move though. Like if I think what it's going to do is it's going to cause Russia to like redo the deal at the last minute because they don't want to have to call that bluff.
Like eventually because the thing is it's everyone's benefit to the Black Sea, because like Russia moves a lot of shit out the Black Sea themselves. And to be frank, as it stands right now, this is why I say you probably got a few hours to maybe lock in some prices, because they're gonna come to something. Because like as it stands right now, I don't know if Russia actually has the assets to actually lock down the Black Sea. Like if it came to full on war,
no, they don't.
Like of just sending in their ships, their planes, their shit. Like I don't like.
Well, they can't send anything in because they'd have to cross the Bosphorus for that.
There we go.
Okay, let me ignore that. They might be able to lock it down for about 18 to 36 hours until U.S. naval assets start making their way to the Black Sea, and then it's fucking World War IX. It's like we're going right past all that. So I don't think Russia really wants to play that game for a 36-hour victory. That's facile.
I've said that of Russia before, but they've proven me wrong before. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I think what it comes down to is you don't even need the American ships. You just need the Turkish ones. And you can't fire on those ships without risking firing on the Turkish like ships that are escorting them. And I just don't see Russia doing that. Turkey is like a major.
Turkey's got a pretty good navy, but like if it was just Russia versus Turkey, I would edge out Russia by a bit, but not by much. But there's no such thing as a battle that happens in a vacuum. The minute you move forces from one side to the other, it's like pushing in a balloon to the other side.
But they don't have anything.
You make an opening there.
They don't have anything bigger than a frigate there. Like their one warship, like big warship, was like sunk, the Moskva. So like most of their fleet is either in the Pacific or it's like up in the Arctic Circle. They can't get into the Black Sea because they have to get through the Bosphorus for that. And Russia didn't want to plan this out. They should have put more ships in the Black Sea before this war started, because now they can't.
I'm shocked. You said Russia didn't plan this out?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Well, they expected this to be a 3-day thing, and it turned into a, potentially a 3-year.
A little longer. Oh, yeah. This thing's gonna drag on, sadly. Like I said on Twitter a couple of days, or it was like a week or two ago, I said after the whole Wagner thing, this is the best opportunity for both sides to sue for peace right now. Otherwise, this war is going to drag on for years. And unfortunately, now, because the reality is, so long as Ukraine is in some regards at war, it can't join NATO.
Nope.
So Russia is just going to keep it in this perpetual state of war for as long as it has to, just to keep it from joining NATO. Grow the Farm Up goes, global markets already have the lost Ukraine grain factored in. That's probably why it was limited up on Friday, at least part of it. But to be honest,
and markets don't like uncertainty.
They do not. Grow the Farm Up. Russia has now created the most powerful and competent defensive military on the globe. Everyone should be paying attention to that. And also, Grow the Farm Up, I remember you saying at the end of June, beginning of July, the lines that are established at that point are basically going to be the lines that we have to deal with going forward. And in this counteroffensive, Ukraine has taken back 8 kilometers of the 90-some kilometers that they wanted to take back. So it looks like your prediction of the line staying put at the end of June, beginning of July has been tragically prophetic. Grow the Farm Up. The United States Navy is without doubt the best offensive military in the world. Now China's saying we got more boats, but we don't include every fucking canoe and life raft in our Navy count. And if you want to look at pure tonnage, like China's Navy tonnage is measured in the hundreds of millions. Our tonnage is measured in over 3 trillion tons of shit out in the ocean right now. So in pure tonnage, we still got it.
Well, in terms of technology and overall effectiveness, like I don't think it's even close. Like the United States Navy is
Yeah, it's the bee's knees.
A
The
fact-
only place where Russia kind of has a bit of an edge is they got a couple really nice Arctic ships, so they
Yeah.
can kind of explore the far north and the far south a little deeper. Now they just stick to the north, but they can really explore those deeper. But like, oh yeah, gosh, the war is going to be won up in the coldest fucking place in the planet where no one goes. Like that's okay.
That
I'll
was
give you that.
so that's really there for exploration, and it was meant for their oil industry. And of course, like that's fucked now because they can't really. They don't have like their infrastructure is sort of rusting away now because they're not able to like produce much with the oil. They can't devote any resources to like furthering that infrastructure, and nobody in the West is buying their product. So all of those ships kind of have lost their use. Now I'm sure after the war's over and like when things come back or whatever, and Putin's dead or whatever, then things will change.
I didn't do it. I swear. Oh,
That's me living in the inner city.
Oh shit. Grow the Farm Up goes, well, that is why we don't want to get into a direct shooting war with Russia. They have built an impressive defensive military because of their geography. They had no choice versus the best offensive navy. Because yeah, it's really looking like this Ukraine thing's going to get dug in like a tick. And my prediction of Berlin Wall 2.0 is sadly going to be correct. And like I've said, guys, many times, if that one turns out to be correct, the call I made the day the war started, I may never predict it. It's like, no, I retire on top.
Well, it looks like Ukraine has Klashivka now, which means they have the heights, which means I don't think Bakhmut stays in Russian hands for long. Right. And that matters because there's a railway and a major artery road that goes through there. That's why people talk about how Bakhmut wasn't strategically important, but is strategically important in terms of roads and railways. So that's going to like make it more difficult for the Russians to sort of resupply themselves. So that's why they've been fighting so hard for Bakhmut for as long as they have.
All right, like now I'm trying to find something I sent to Tony here because this part was a little now I don't know, like what news sources do you guys kind of turn to for this Ukraine thing? Because I'll tell you, I'm just curious who you guys go
to. The Kyiv Independent is really good at like collecting sort of like breaking news and like putting it like in a tweet thread. I also like The Economist for like the broader strategic analysis of situations like that. The Economist is I guess a center-right publication out of the UK.
I was about to say that noted commie rag, The Economist.
Yeah,
yeah. But no, I actually like some of the Economist stuff. Like they were really skeptical about cryptocurrency at the beginning.
Right.
So I was like, kind of like, yeah, good luck. Like my late brother, he actually had a Bitcoin mining thing, so he was ahead of the curve on that. But now, Lethe, who's somebody that you kind of generally just like, not like I trust them 100%, but who are you gonna like? All right, I'll hear what they have to say when it comes to Ukraine.
I like to look at both sides of it, and so like Rich said, I go with the Kyiv Independent. That one's great. Pravda.com is also pretty good, and then for the Russian side of it, I go to Meduza.io. So that's pretty much, and it's in English, so I can get some decent resources out of there and then double check those sources to see what we're working with. But none of it, the propaganda is so strong, you could never really know what's going on.
And Dylan's on the ground, like he's
and
good
Dylan.
Yeah, he's a fascinating guy to talk to whenever you get the chance. Like, wasn't he on your show not too long ago, Lethe?
Yeah, not that long ago.
Yeah, and I remember there was some bald like. Some
non-smoker.
Yeah, he was. The two of them were bantering back and forth, and they're talking about like, well, aren't the Azovs Nazis? And then Dylan gives some sort of like, like, oh, well, look at how many. There's so much, variance to the Azov ranks. I said, I wonder if he would give that kind of charitability to different right wingers all around the world. But I remember at the end of it, the bald guy said, oh, so basically they're the good Nazis. And I was like, oh shit. Okay. Well,
Yeah, so
we're
non-smoker is a
going there,
communist.
are we?
Yeah,
What's
non-smoker
that?
is a communist. But the classic argument there is always, well, okay, yeah, so Wagner is also has Nazis in its ranks, but they'll take anyone from
Probably
anywhere.
more than one or two. Like,
Yes, yeah. So it's kind of hard to like. If you think about it in the United States, like there's this big thing in the United States right now with who's that the football coach that's a senator now. You know what I'm talking about, and it's Alabama. Uh, Hold on.
yeah, I can't remember him either.
Tommy Tuberville. Because people were saying, "Oh, there's white nationalists in the U.S. military," and he's saying, "Well, you know, what's wrong with white nationalists? Like, they're not, you know, they're not bad." And he says, "You call them white nationalists. I call white nationalists American." And I think the point he was trying to make, although he's like on day like 20 of trying to clarify these remarks, and he keeps doubling down on it. But but I think what it is yeah, we have a problem with white nationalists in the United States military. Like it's just it's an issue. They sign up, like we should definitely purge them. But if we were at war, I don't think we would choose that moment to like start like pulling people like out of the ranks of the military who are like fighting the invasion. um, so I think that's what it comes down to is, uh, you know, uh, they started a purge before the invasion, but the purge wasn't complete when the invasion had happened. And at this point, like Azov is like in one of these in between states, or they've got some of their old people, they've got new people that they've recruited. If you're Azov, you're not necessarily Nazis, but there are Nazis in Azov. Just like there's Nazis, there are white nationalists in the United States military.
now, apparently, Grow the Farm Up likes some show called Redacted. I just looked them up. They got a lot of opinions on the Russia-Ukraine war. One that I've actually liked because they don't like they don't tell you the undisputed truth, but they're just lying maybe a little less. DW News out of Germany. They try to give the
Deutsche Welle, yeah, they're very good.
Yeah, they're trying to give like, okay, the Russians are kind of saying this, the Ukrainians are kind of saying this. Make of it what you will. Now, their guest is usually like, Ukraine is winning. We're totally winning, even though we might have lost something there. We're still totally like, it's basically the guest, but the actual newscaster will give you kind of like, these are the morning announcements. Because one that I wanted to kind of share with you, because I was like, wow, DW, Ukraine loses up to 20% of equipment early in the counteroffensive. So in this, they've lost 20% of their equipment thus far. And the guy who's pro-Ukraine goes, yes, but that means that we still have 80% of our equipment left. And like, that's trying to find a silver lining in a dark cloud. Jesus, man.
Well, there's also something else to consider, and that is they actually haven't committed most of their equipment. Like they're still in the probing phase of it. Okay, so there is a really good YouTube website, and I have to remember the name. Good News, Bad News, I think is what it's called. And they're really good at some of this, and a lot of it is, they've lost of the commitment that they have committed to this counteroffensive. They've lost 20% of that, but they've only committed like 10% of their equipment because they haven't. Because they're until they're done with their probing, they're not going to be able to commit to any one side of it. And what they're finding is that while they're doing their so Russia does this thing where they have like two layers at the front. That when you push upon it, like those are their front lines. But then they have these like sort of like concentrated areas where if it looks like there's a push to the east, they'll go to the east. If there's a push to the west, they'll go to the west. But it takes some time to get there. So what they can do is they can concentrate more of their forces. Those are their mobile forces that are going to back up those front two lines if anybody ever gets to those lines. And what Ukraine's doing right now is they're pushing at all these different parts of the line, which is forcing those sort of concentrated mobile units to stay in place. Because if they commit to defending one area of the line, then Ukraine can like hit the other line. And while they're doing those probing maneuvers, they're not going to have most of their equipment like up to the front line because it'll make it vulnerable. So Russia's making it seem, for instance, like all the Leopard tanks like have already all been destroyed because they've hit some Leopard 2 tanks. But in fact, most of those tanks aren't even like committed to the counteroffensive yet.
Yeah,
They're being
DW
held back.
talked about that too. It's like, yeah, we don't have all of it out. We only have about half of our equipment out, but of all the equipment that we have, we've lost about 20% of it thus far. And don't get me wrong, the West, more equipment's coming. Like
right.
It's kind of a weird inverse of problems because Ukraine is getting some of the best equipment under God's creation. They're getting cluster bombs, all kinds of crazy shit. But they don't have an infinite supply of people they can draw on.
Right.
Russia, on the other hand, doesn't have the best equipment that you would hope for an invasive force, but they're like, what is problem, comrade? Нет, just throw more comrade at it. And that's kind of their solution. Just throw more comrade at it. And it's how they've worked for 300 years now, and it's worked thus far. Now, they haven't been, fucking quite as much as they need to in Russia in the last 2 decades, but they still got enough comrade to throw at it. But Grow the Farm Up goes, they've had some very different takes on the Ukraine-Russia conflict that actually make a lot of sense. But all war is deception. So I'm careful to be mindful of all war is won by deception. The likelihood that all three of us have at some point said something that is a 100% lie and 100% war propaganda over the course of this war is pretty much 100%. Like there's just no way it couldn't be. Oh, big old ant. Bandit, did my comment get deleted? Apparently, I never saw it. McGregor was talking about it yesterday. What we're sending is obsolete, and it's to clean out the stock so we can buy new stuff. Like, yeah. You want out with the old, in with the new. So it's like, no. And so, God Almighty. And the thing that I don't like, Bandit actually sent me the article about this yesterday. We're sending reservist troops to the area.
No, we're sending them to Germany, I believe. 3,000 reservists to Germany.
That's just a hop, skip, and jump.
I mean, we've got 100,000 already there, so 3%. That's a 3% increase in the number of Americans.
Yeah, but the fact that we're sending reservists, I don't like it. I know we can act like, oh, not a big deal, but this whole war has just been inching incrementalisms. Now we're giving Ukraine cluster bombs, and now Russia says they're going to start using cluster bombs, and then we're going to probably start to send fucking Ukraine white phosphorus before too fucking long. And before we know it, the devil's spit is going to be thrown all over this place. So
those cluster bombs have been in use since the beginning of the war on the Russian side. They're just saying that because they have to have a way of like trying to say that there's some way that they can escalate, but they've already done that escalation. The only reason the Ukrainians haven't used cluster bombs is because they don't have them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
much like those F-16s. But like the real takeaway here is like
the
most blatant thing you can see is that a country that decided to come and try to push around another country is now defending themselves from the country they invaded. It's not a good look. That is the key takeaway you can get here. Russia's on its heels.
At the end of the day, I'm thinking they're just going to build their wall of some kind, or it's just going to be some sort of like, even if it's just nothing but barbed wire and you just don't fucking cross here.
Trenches.
When it's just a no man's land. Eventually, my Berlin Wall 2.0 is going to tragically be proved out because that's the only way that both sides can kind of save face. The Russians have to be able to save face. If they just go back without a single inch of Ukrainian land as some sort of, even if it's facile ground, so they could say, look what we got, we built our wall, and now the West is contained. That is what they need. Otherwise, to them, it's a loss. So, unfortunately, suing for peace is going to include the loss of some portion of territory to Ukraine. And I know nobody likes to hear that, but that's the only way that everybody gets to save face here.
I mean, I think it's certainly that it's one of the range of possibilities. But also, I think that's why Ukraine has started to enter Russia. They're saying, yeah, okay, let's compromise. You take some Ukrainian land, we take some Russian land, like it's a trade. Yeah, it's compromise, right?
Bandit says we're sending cluster bombs because we ran out of ammo to send. Like, all right, we're running out of shit. Send them some new shit.
That's true. That's true.
The fireworks show needs to go on.
We ran out of ammo that we consider dispensable enough. Like we need some for us, and we're not going to send them that. So we're sending them cluster bombs.
Christ.
Yeah.
True.
You know, like I'm kind of shocked. Like if the American right was more on board with this war, then you could have just like American right wingers donate some ammo to the cause, and they would willingly fucking mail it in. Like,
well, it's shells. It's not bullets. Like the small arms fire, like that is not the issue there.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure there's.
So what you're talking about is artillery, then?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean the fun stuff that they don't let us have. I was about to say if they were just running low on 5.56 and 7.62 by 3.9, I'm like, motherfucker, how much are y'all shooting all day and not hitting each other? Like, whoa.
I have some buddies that are reloaders. I'm talking like big time reloaders. They've been complaining about the cost of powder and primers lately, like exponential jumps. Certain powders being discontinued and now going for massive amounts of money. So I don't know if a lot of people here would want to give up their ammo either.
Well, yeah, no. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, nobody's like got ammo to just give away. Like, I remember years ago there was a poker game where a guy put down 1,000-round box of ammo, and that was his buy-in for the poker game. Nobody at the table had a single problem with it. It's like, all right, shit, it's fucking ammo, bro. You kidding me? That shit's hard to come by. But like. Grow the farm up. That is Russian military plan. They took the ground they wanted. Now they have dug in and are hoping Ukraine keeps throwing manpower and equipment at the Russian defense lines of meat grinder. Bandit.
They're kind of hoping the opposite. I agree that's what they're doing, but they're not. They want the Russians to stop trying, because the thing is, the Russians keep having to like rise up to meet all of these assaults, and it's exhausting the troops. Like, even though they have the big numerical advantage in terms of like the number of men, but they're also like dying at much greater numbers, and after a while that becomes hard to sustain.
I hear they lost around 25,000 or 2,500 officers.
Yeah, the officer corps is getting hit the hardest. Yeah.
Okay, two things. Bandit says so. Zero Sum 24 is who I check for info on Ukraine. He's been right through the whole thing and gives videos. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Bandit, when he drops a comment or an article or something, I usually check it out because there's a there. I'm just going to say, because he's broken a lot of things to me. So Bandit, I'll look into that. Now, guys, I'm sorry. I got to Grow the Farm Up came today and he chose violence, or at least rhetorical. But God bless. Grow the Farm Up says, it seems like we got a couple Ukraine apologists here. Y'all do realize NATO escalated this conflict. Oh,
I make no apologies for
NATO
Ukraine.
did anything, but there's nothing to apologize for.
Yeah. I mean,
so
if
NATO
Ukraine
just
did
sitting
something
there
to apologize
provoke
for, I'll
Russia.
definitely apologize. But so far,
didn't NATO say it wasn't going to expand past a certain point?
No.
And then it kept doing that. And, I'm betting we could find some historical documents that say, no, they never said they were going to. Mm-hmm. That was.
Here's what happened. There was like a meeting with the Russians where the Russians were asking for that. But then the final documents came, and there's not a single document. There's not a single document or treaty or anything, any contract signed, anything to do with that. But I think there was what the fuck?
Somewhat verbal agreement.
There was an individual who was asked that by Russia, and he suggested it himself, and then he said, "Let me take it back to the White House and see what they say." And then he took it back to the White House, and they said no. But Russia just took that as a commitment, like the initial like conversation that they had.
So when a couple of spies were trying to hash it out, and they said, "All right, we got a deal," and then the guys in the office said, "No."
Well, no, they never even said they had a deal. He said, "I'll ask the White House," and the White House said no. Like that. That's kind of how that went. Now, if you here's
That's
the other question.
Spies.
Like, what
I mean,
Russia wants,
honestly,
what Russia wants now.
Like, you know, I got a point there. Like
What-
spies do tell fibs once in a while, don't they?
Well, yeah, they do. But
It's kind of the job.
But what Russia wants now is what Russia wanted then, right? Which is an iron curtain, something between it and NATO. But of course, the problem with that is there's these pesky things called people that live in those areas, and they
Yeah.
want self-determination, right? They don't want to be told by Russia like what their political commitments are. They want to decide for themselves what their political commitments are going to be, and that's just it. Like, if you can convince Ukraine to have like a referendum that says like we will never join NATO or something like that, okay, that's one thing. Although you could
They
never
already
say
gave
never,
up their
right?
nukes.
Because like 20 years later, it's a whole different generation of people. But I think eventually you just have to acknowledge the fact that like people have the right to self-determination. Like, I'm sure England didn't want the United States to exist, but
and then we had to do this thing that, where people died to not be attached to England. Oh, I can't remember what that was.
yeah, can't imagine. Yeah, so I mean, the fact is, these countries have self-determination, and here Putin did accomplish one thing, and he got like because
NATO funding.
You did have firm neutrality commitments by Finland and Sweden, and Putin managed to convince them to join NATO. Yeah,
right.
So that
made
was
it worse.
That was Putin's big accomplishment in this war, is that he doubled the size of the border with NATO.
And he got NATO more money. He also succeeded in doing that.
Grow the farm up goes.
And he unified Europe in a way that it hasn't been unified in
Where
decades.
are you getting this info from? Ukraine has lost hundreds of thousands. Russia has lost way, way less. And now Grow the Farm Up, I am going to say this is both according to their own numbers, which both of them are lying to us. We already know. If Ukraine's lying to us and Russia's lying to us.
If you listen to the Russian numbers, the entire
they lost
Ukrainian
6
army
people.
no longer exists. They lost, like, the Ukrainians have lost everyone in their army. There's nobody left to fight. But then suddenly there must be ghosts fighting now. But also, it's true. In Ukraine, they've lost more civilians because the Russians will just shell whole towns and villages.
Now, Grow the Farm Up, his comeback is actually they voted to join Russia and asked Russia to come protect them from the Ukrainian Nazis. That's self-determination.
I ain't touching that with a 10-foot pole.
Woo, bringing the fire today.
Yeah.
That's spicy.
Yeah. Listen, as soon as you have a referendum that's not run by the people, like if you trusted the Soviets when they gave their referendums in Eastern Germany and in Poland and in all of the Iron Curtain countries, then you're going to trust those referenda too.
But I get what you're saying, but you got to admit, in the idea of what about self-determination? I'm not even saying I fully agree with this, but that is a very astute counter, because there was a vote, whether we like it or not, and
you mean whether it's a real vote or not? No. What they do is they bring in Russian people, right, and they put them into former Ukrainian homes after they push the Ukrainians out of their homes, and then those Russian people that they bring in, they tell them to vote, which is what they did with Ukraine. It's what Stalin did. I mean, this is the great glory that is communism.
I don't know.
It's what we were told in the
English-speaking media. Yeah,
this was a communist practice, for decades, and Russia still continues that communist practice, which is they'll come in and they'll displace hundreds of thousands of people and then bring their own people in and then say, these are the people that now sort of occupy this land. But at the end of the day, if it were true that 90% of Ukrainians want to be ruled by the Russians,
why are they fighting?
You would see that in the numbers. You would see Ukrainians.
Well, no, it was just those, whatever the fuck they call, not states, but little areas or provinces that had those referendums that said they want to be in Russia. That's kind of Russian home base
except they didn't. Although I will say this. If you could have a lot of those same referenda in some border towns in Texas right now, and you would have to give those lands in Texas to Mexico if you were to run that. So I don't think that that's a precedent you want to set. Same thing with
Well, Mexico
New
hasn't
Mexico.
like invaded us with a military, so
Yeah, that's my point.
that's a little different.
Yeah, right. But
Um,
if you believe that it's not the invasion that's the justifying force, it's the will of the people that the Russians brought in, then it would be just as legitimate a factor for Mexico to say, oh, we're just going to send in a whole bunch of people to these southern Texas towns, and then they're going to like have a vote in those towns that we're a Mexican town.
We're Mexico now.
Yeah. It's called the
well, I mean,
Reconquista.
that's
It's
actually kind of happening
popular-
in Oregon and Idaho.
Well, there you go.
So, and it's like, to me, it's like, so long as it's not done violently, everyone is in agreement and all the
What do you mean by
clocks strike the
100%?
same hour. Like, I don't give a, like, if folks in Oregon want to be Idaho now, God bless. Mexico Tech, when you're getting international, that's a little more hairy.
That's
But when
exactly
it
the point.
comes to the Ukrainians, I don't even know. Like you
Are
said,
Ukrainians
90%'s a little suspect.
Hard to believe. Yeah, I agree.
Like,
I mean,
now don't get me
Saddam
wrong,
Hussein used to win by those
we had a
numbers, right?
county sheriff that was running against somebody that just was like not qualified, and he won by like 90%. And so I was giving him a hard time when I saw him at the gas station, like, well done, man. Like, those are like Kim Jong-un, Saddam Hussein numbers. Well done. Now it's like, yeah, it's a county of like a few thousand people. So it wasn't like this massive, like, but yeah, the other guy was not doing himself any favors. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean,
but
I'd be all for having like let's say Ukraine wins the war and like pushes the Russians out or whatever, and then after like a period of peace, like say about a decade or so, then they want to have a referendum, something like that. I'd be fine with it, and so long as Ukraine was for it and the people in Crimea were for it, like I'd be fine with it. In fact, that might be a way to achieve.
I get the
like,
forceful invasion. It's not a good way to do it, but like it is kind of fascinating that like one referendum, like just because it now this is just the way that our media is all kind of trained. Because even me, I kind of like, well, yeah, the Ukrainian referendum would be more valider. You know, like it's more better for reasons.
Well, no,
like even my mind is kind of like yeah, and if it actually was the Ukraine side that did it, then yeah, that would be.
No,
and so it's kind of fascinating how
you have international observers from all sides come in and monitor everything. That's how it's done when there's nations where, like for instance, if we were going to do this in Iraq, like instead of having the war and the invasion and everything
Jimmy
else.
Carter is on hospice. We can't ask it. Like he's the guy that like if he signs off on the election, just nobody's got a problem with it. But unfortunately, he's on hospice care.
But what you do is you have open elections with international observers that come in and monitor from all sides. So it's not Ukraine who decides. It's not Russia who decides. It's it's everything is transparent. That's the way you would have to do it if you were going to have that kind of a referendum. Of course, the Ukraine asked for that kind of a referendum before the 2014, everything that happened in 2014. And of course, Russia wasn't going to allow that because they wanted an election that they could control. So I think probably what you need to do is have international observers with like all the transparency measures that you normally have with contested elections in war zones.
I want to grow the farm up goes, your Mexico analysis is an exact example of why Russia is doing what it's doing. The U.S. would not let China set up a military installation in Mexico. We would stop it. Catching a few more comments here. Bandit, I don't have the source at the moment, but I'll say that I've heard that the Ukraine has been shelling the border territory even before the war started.
Yeah.
Interesting. Grow the farm up. Ukraine will not win the war by any measurable standard of winning, even if they pull off the military upset of the century at what cost.
Well, the measurable standard at the beginning of the war was for Zelensky to be alive in a month. So if you're going to say any standard of winning, that means I get to pick the standard, right? My standard is Zelensky's not dead by April of 2022. It was widely thought by most observers that Russia was just going to waltz in 3 days and occupy Kyiv. Didn't happen.
And at this point, he's practically hanging out on Jimmy Kimmel. I don't think there's a problem.
Yeah.
I wonder how many times he's been in front of a green screen in Switzerland versus like, and here from Ukraine, I tell you what's happening right now. And he's like, fucking, he's in my living room recording this shit.
But
like
he wouldn't have to be
Right.
because Kyiv is safe, right? I mean, Dylan's there. Like every once in a while, you hear air raid sirens.
Yeah, I was about to
That's
say, every once in a while you hear the gunshot fire and shit and fucking artillery going over his head.
You'll hear
Yeah.
every once in a while he'll say, "Oh, there's air raid sirens. Oh, there's some missiles that just came in. Oh, the anti-aircraft got them all." No, like
I'm
Where's
just gonna say this.
Bogosian these days?
he's
Apparently
in,
having a Mai Tai on top of them nukes. Fucking
he's
Putin
in,
sent to
he's in Belarus.
I heard he was in jail. I heard he was dead. I heard nobody saw him for 5 days.
Where
Nobody
a
saw him
picture
for
of
5
in his
days. That's
underwear.
for sure.
Yeah, he
And
is
this
literally
like right
a
after
new.
the meeting.
He's in Belarus,
He's either in
but that's where his
Belarus
people are too.
or he is with his maker. It's one or the other. It's 50-50. But Bandit, now honestly, I still think there's a chance that we're not fully informed as to everything that happened there, and there's some factor like I could see Wagner coming in from the north and making another problem for Ukraine.
Yeah,
But
well, I mean,
Bro,
I'd like to
Putin
see him
said
try.
There is no
because
Wagner.
there's
winky
no,
face.
There's
He
no,
said
there is no, there is no
Sure.
Wagner in their previous position. Like, they're not in Ukraine, but they're in Africa, and they're continuing to operate.
Actually, there are still some Wagner in Ukraine. Actually, and I actually
there are
when
former
I
Wagner people.
mentioned
they've
it the
been-
other day that no, there's still Wagner people in their bases as of about 4 days ago, according to ABC News.
There
So,
are people from there are people from Wagner in their bases, but they're now under MOD command.
No,
And it's been
no, I'm
causing
telling you,
saying that
they're in their own
Russia has
Wagner
said-
bases doing their own Wagner shit, and it's been causing some problems.
I mean,
But like we
basically-
still have these Wagner elements within Ukraine, which is making things fuzzy, and people
Yes.
don't really know. But
it is
Bandit,
making things fuzzy because they're not accepting their MOD commanders. Put it that way, their MOD commanders will tell them to go do shit, and they'll be like, "What? No, fuck that. No, I'm not
Go
doing
fuck
that."
yourself.
Yeah.
not everybody signed the MOD contracts though. So
that's the deal.
GTFU, the only way I would call it a Ukraine victory is if they manage to expand their borders beyond Russia's high water mark.
Oh, Bandit, come on.
Well, that's already happened.
The only
The-
metric for victory in this case was just not losing, and they just didn't lose.
Yeah, I mean, the
They
high
didn't
water
start
mark
this.
was they had about twice as much territory as they have now, right? And they were close to like they were trying to 3 times as much territory as they have now. So they've definitely pushed beyond Russia's high water mark for sure. And
Oh.
even today, they have more territory than they did yesterday because they've taken Kloshivka. So they're past the high water mark for sure.
Technically,
Yeah, by
Ukraine
now they were
say
wanting
that
to have
was never to
98.
take anything.
They were wanting to have over 90 kilometers of territory taken back, but as of this morning, they've taken back 8.
Well, that. I mean, that hasn't been. If by the end of the summer, they have 90, I would be happy with that. But I don't.
They won't.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, you're going to be shocked. Like, Grow the Farm Up said the lines that we had at the end of June, beginning of July,
I've been
are
agreeing
just
with
going to be
that.
the lines for the next several years. So
But
just
I've
get ready for that.
been so when you said that like 6 months
And
ago,
I said that, yeah.
I agreed with that then that was one of the possible
No,
outcomes.
you were one of the
So I
guys that
wouldn't
was
be
going to be like,
shocked.
no, it'll be August. It'll definitely be September. It'll be later than that. Like,
No.
so
No, what I said was that there are 3 likely scenarios. That's one of the likely scenarios. But there
I
were
said
2
that's
other-
the only scenario. Like that's
Yes.
going to be what happens, and
Yes.
that's indeed
Yes.
what has
And I'm
happened.
saying that
and
that's one of
the data is
well,
bearing this out.
Well, no, we're not to the end of summer yet. We don't know yet. But in terms of whether or not this is like a permanent wall that'll be there in 10 years, that's a different question. But even if that were the case, if you were to consider Kloshivka to have been on the Russian side of the wall yesterday, and today it's on the Ukrainian side of the wall, like what do you do about that? Is this like a flexible wall that sort of shifts? Like, I just don't know. Like, I think these are the sort of declarations that we could maybe make in the winter. But it's
I
still,
made it 6 months ago, and thus far I've been completely right on it. So I'm just going to be
Hold
honest
on.
here.
6
Like
months ago,
my
you said
analysis
it
has
was-
been more predictive throughout this war than anybody else's analysis.
6
I don't
months
mean
ago.
to.
Yeah,
I don't
but you
mean
were
to
making.
shine my own fucking shoes here, but it has been.
But
at
you're
every
making a
step of the way.
decades-long prediction. So to say
And it'll
you're
bear out in the end, unfortunately.
no, I think it's one of 3 possible outcomes. Now, the other possible outcome.
It's a nice way to hedge your bet, but I'm just saying, like, no, this is exactly what's going to happen.
Well, hold on.
You're
Talk about
trying
bet
to have your
hedging.
cake and eat it too. I'm just saying this is how it's
No,
going to be.
I'm trying to
folks.
say what
And
you
so
just
I've been
said
more predictive throughout this war than anybody else.
before you just contradicted yourself, which is that we don't really know anything yet, right? So if you're going to say you don't know anything yet, then you have to say you don't know which of the 3 scenarios like is going to happen. But
No,
just
I've been
like
pretty clear the whole time what's going to happen.
just like on on election night,
wavered.
I didn't make a firm prediction as to every race that I thought was going to go on election night when we had that night when we were doing it. But you were pretty darn certain of how that night was going to go. So I think maybe certainty isn't
Nobody's
what's called
100%, but I have been on this war. Like, I'm sorry. What name a prediction that I've made on this war that has not come
Well,
to
hold on.
fruition?
War 3.
So if you were going to say 6 months ago, because you did say-
Turkey's getting its fucking navy involved, China's getting it, and we're going to pretend like, don't get me wrong, you're not going to see the headline World War III until after the war is long over.
Did that happen with the
But
other
history books will ultimately prove me to be correct.
Did that happen with the other 2? Just for the record, did we know it was World War 1 and 2 when they were going on?
We definitely didn't call it World War One.
Well, we called it something worse. We called it the Great War.
The Great War. And then we weren't calling it World War. My grandpa wasn't like, hey, guys, we're in World War II. Isn't that fucking crazy? Nobody was saying that. It was the war in the Pacific and the war in the East. That's what they called
War
it.
to end all war.
Yeah, they weren't calling it.
Until we had more
We're
war.
in the World War sequel. Isn't that fucking... That's crazy. But Grow the Foreman Soldiers, and they are now cranking out tanks.
Okay, we go. World War One and World War II were coined at the same time, of course, because if there's a 1, that implies there's a 2. And it was coined in 1939 by Time Magazine, June 12th, 1939.
Sweet.
But yeah, like none of those soldiers were actually calling. Dude, we're in World War II, bro. Like you might find one article that says, "Oh, it was the first time," but nobody was calling it that when they were in the fucking trenches. Trust you me.
Especially since we don't have fronts of different areas of Europe and other parts going into Ukraine at this point. It's just Ukraine and Russia. There are other areas that are active.
Well,
but
it's
there's
Russia
no
versus
war
NATO.
yet.
We were a little too busy convincing ourselves that we shouldn't be involved.
Time Magazine.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, there's always been a noble underpinning of anti-war sentiment throughout all of American history. Like the greatly overpraised Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, when he gave the shouting fire in a crowded theater ruling, what he was actually doing was sending to prison a couple of Yiddish-speaking socialists who were trying to say, don't get involved in the First World War.
Yeah.
So in reality, that was just him violating free speech. That was just him making a violation, because this was...
There are some synergies.
You could even make the argument that these were actually firefighters in a very crowded theater. So like they were actually trying to say, hey, there's fire in here. Get out of here. There's a war. And we ended up getting involved in that war, even though they were trying to warn against our involvement in the First World War.
Second,
who knows how different.
That
decision was for a First World War group,
right.
Yiddish-speaking socialists who said don't get involved in the war. So that's
but the movement to oppose American involvement in World War II, interestingly, called itself America First. So there's some synergy, I think, between those same groups today and back then.
Well, it's like, I forget who said it, but it's like, in any war, the most that your average soldier can hope for is to go back home to their farm unharmed. That's the most you can hope for. Right. And then the guy went on for like, but it's the state that says you go to war, so fuck off and go to war. And so it was a really like dismissive quote. I can't remember who said it, but it was really like...
Probably not Cronkite then.
So there's always going to be an anti-war sentiment whenever there's people who actually have a say in their own governance. And I say,
sometimes it's right. Sometimes it's right. And
No,
sometimes
actually,
it's wrong.
Lethe, here's the funny thing. Over enough time, anti-war people are always proven right every time. Over
I can't
enough
disagree with
time.
that statement.
Yes, over enough time, even if you want to get into the alternate histories of because World War II was born out of World War One, and our involvement in World War One, giving a definitive victory in Europe, was what caused such austerity for some European nations, and they wanted to come back, and they wanted basically fucking revenge for World War One, and so some really bad people rose to power. So that's another instance where the anti-war people were ultimately right. The Yiddish-speaking socialists saying, don't get involved in this war if you want to go down that alternate history path.
Ooh,
Who knows how different the 20th century might have actually turned out.
It's true. We
that's
might all be
humanitarian.
socialists today.
Right.
We might have not had some of the horrors
We should have listened
of
to
the
the
early
socialists.
or the middle of the 20th century. We might have actually avoided
no.
that. So,
we should have
right.
listened to the socialists.
I agree.
That is
Socialism
the
would have
We
made
should-
the 20th century way more.
we
big.
should have listened to free speech instead of the overpraised Oliver Wendell Holmes. Yes, absolutely. But let's see. Bandit goes, my point is if Russia told 90K kilometers, Ukraine needs to take 181. Damn, Bandit. Okay, so that's total victory to Bandit when Ukraine takes 181 kilometers of the needed 90. Grow the farm up. Even that moron Dennis Kucinich looks like a genius on the Iraq war today. Yeah, because he was saying, I don't think we should do this.
Rosa Luxemburg was right. Damn it, Rich. You're so based tonight.
Wasn't she the one who said that the freedom of speech is meaningless unless it means the freedom of those who think differently?
Yeah.
I believe that was her. And so, that's one of the best quote. I don't know much about Rosa Luxemburg other than she's kind of politically lefty. That's about all I know about her.
She was a Marxist.
That's lefty. That
left.
is on the left. But that even a broken watch is still right twice a day. Okay, that one you gotta give it to her.
We could have also listened to all those fine black people on their plantations that felt that master was good enough to them for them not to care about the conditions they were in. They had a point too. There's no reason fighting a war and losing lives when some people are happy.
What do you mean by that?
I'll be right back.
Before the war between the states, there were black people that were like, no, everything's perfectly fine. We like the way it's going. We could have just listened to them and been like, their condition doesn't matter and not move forward.
Well, if you want to go down that path, there was a possibility of us abolishing the institution of slavery through legislative means. It would have taken a lot longer, though. So there is that argument. Now, that was a bloody war to secure freedom for all God's children.
With our own brothers and sisters.
What's that?
With our own brothers and sisters.
A lot of people died in that war.
Much like the conflict we're in right now. Well, the conflict they're in right now.
Yeah. Now, the question, that war, the Civil War, was fought to end the institution of slavery. People could say, well, what about that? No, it was to end slavery. Okay. That was the main
degree.
That was the main driving force as to why this happened. It's why the South seceded, because we were trying to get rid of slavery. So that was to free God's children. This is different because everyone involved is in the war zone. Okay. Everybody in the border is in the war zone now. And this is NATO and Russia waggling their dicks in each other's face. And I don't think we have any right to tell the people of Ukraine they have to live in a war zone for our political ends. Yeah, some of them might be really enthusiastic about it, but they're pawns in a much larger game, whether they're aware of it or not. And the question is it worth it? Because Lethe, I've asked a couple of people, it's one of the reasons why I just kind of I just wrote off he who shall not be named, Voldemort, former co-host of Truth and Fiction, Voldemort. When I asked him, what's your limiting factor on this war? He said, there is none. I will sacrifice all 7 billion of us to win this war. And I was like, that's too much. Like, that's not like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, no. Like, and Twisted Aviator did the same. Like, oh, okay. So like, I asked, like, what's your limiting factor? Because you really support this war. What is the limit where you say this is too much? Both sides need to sue for peace. Be that peace ever so base.
So I'm kind of a similar mind, and that's why I brought the juxtaposition to the Civil War and how much was enough to grant freedom to an entire people in a country. At what point do you back down from that ideal? Freedom is the ideal that we're talking about in each instance.
Yes, and like my comeback to that is, it's always good to fight for your ideals and to strive for them. But the moment you make your ideals someone else's suicide pact, you've kind of stepped over an ethical line. Like, does that make sense?
In a way, but there were people that showed up. The French showed up. We had other countries aid us in that war.
Oh, yeah. Basically, the French blockade is pretty much what was really defeated the Confederacy, if we're being frank here. Like, the naval blockades were what stopped that.
And I'm hoping the things in Ukraine the things now at Russia's border don't escalate to the point where other countries feel the need to get involved. But at this moment, we're not there yet. And I don't think they're at an unreasonable point of trying to maintain their freedoms after past actions that have happened, that have lost them land and people. They backed down before. Russia's just going to keep on doing it. And if they're going to keep on doing that, you might as well just fight. What have you got to lose at that point? When you back someone into a corner, or an entire country into a corner where another country is going to come and just take their land, repopulate their people at will, and you just have to laugh it off, you're eventually going to have enough.
I get that, but like to me, I've always said my line that's too much is American blood. The minute one drop of American blood is spilled in this war, that's too much for me.
How is that quantified?
One of our soldiers is killed. Like, if any of our soldiers get deployed in any way in this conflict and one of them gets killed, that is too much for me. That is
I can understand.
Like, even
that
like
line.
the 13 special ops troops that we had that we lied about being in Ukraine, and it got revealed in a leak, and it was one of the reasons that me and Voldemort had falling out was over that particular leak. When that happened, I was like, okay, we actually have American troops on the ground. And then after the leak, there's like, well, they're just protecting an embassy. That's what they're telling you they're doing after they were caught lying. Come on, you are not that stupid. Like, it's just some people just want to believe. And so at that point, it's like, we have troops on the ground in Ukraine now. That is a bridge too far for me. That is risking American blood for a conflict that is not worth it. Like, to be frank, it's kind of like with the Iraq war. Like, we ain't on the verge of speaking Iraqi. Okay, folks? It's like, there's no need to spill American blood here.
As far as I understand, there is no active duty American soldiers that have lost their lives in the process of this conflict.
Do you think Hillary was in the right on Benghazi then?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, if 14 troops on embassy grounds in Ukraine is like too much, like we shouldn't be doing it, then are you saying that it was too much to ask that we have troops protecting the Benghazi consulate?
No, those were people that we abandoned. We don't need to have anybody in Ukraine to that capacity.
Why not?
Okay. Why not? Mm-hmm. Because it's not our war. At least it's not supposed to be. I know on paper it's not. I know in reality, in the reason that we have our special ops troops is to protect our spy network that is operating in Ukraine right now. But that is putting American blood on the line in this war. And I'm sorry, it's not fucking worth it. It's not ever going to be worth it.
But I accept your apology. But
it's not. Do you think it's worth it? Do you think one drop of American service members' blood is worth this war?
That was not my question.
That is the question. That is the question.
My question to you is, let's say...
would you answer my question first?
No, because I was asking mine first.
I actually got my question out, and
Rich
you're not
wasn't
going to
here.
answer.
Rich wasn't here.
Is this war worth one drop of American blood? And I don't think he's going to give a straight answer to that.
It might be, but it doesn't.
It might be.
Yeah, it might be.
It's a yes or no question, man.
Was World War II worth any blood?
We're not talking about World War II. We're talking about this war.
Yeah, but I'm just asking.
Yes or no? Don't answer my question with another question, man. Is this war worth American blood? Yes or no?
It's very difficult for you to hear an answer when you're shouting at the top of your lungs.
Because you're not giving an answer. Please give me an answer here.
I will repeat my answer. It might be. It depends on like what's gained.
Dodge noted.
So, for instance, you have to look at the counterfactual, right? So let's say on the counterfactual, well, hold on. Before I even give you that answer, I just want to make sure, I just want to secure so we can put Benghazi behind us, okay? If the Russians were to invade, right, and they were to blow up the American or go into the American embassy and capture like our own like staff, like and they were to be killed in the ensuing violence, I assume you wouldn't go after Biden and say, why weren't we protecting our embassy?
Again, these are not
You'd give him a pass?
Comparisons.
But you would give him a pass. I'm not making the comparison. I'm saying in this scenario, in Ukraine, you would give Biden a pass for that if that were to happen. If another Benghazi were to happen.
No, because I say this war is not worth one drop of American blood.
I would
and in Benghazi, we abandoned Americans and they were left open to being killed.
Okay,
that's what happened to them.
Now I can
That's not an active war zone like Ukraine is, though. So it's not a one-to-one comparison. Now you've given you tried to give an expert dodge to the question of, is this war in Ukraine worth American blood? Because you don't want to admit to your worldview. The answer is yes.
Actually, no, the question is to you. Like, let's look at
you still haven't answered my question. Like, you've given a dodge answer to yes or no question.
I did answer your question. And now I'm also asking you this question, which is, let's say in the counterfactual, let's say we just give them Ukraine. We say, well, you invade Ukraine, like the surrender caucus wins. We just give them all of Ukraine, right? And then they take Moldova and we say, hey, it's not worth the drop of American blood. You can have Moldova. Then they do the thing that they're saying that they're doing right now, which is they're annexing the country right to the north of them. They're annexing that country as well. And the next thing they want is a land bridge.
Slippery slopes were a fallacy.
No. Not at all.
No, because this has a pattern behavior.
Okay.
In my opinion,
but so the idea that it'll just never end. No, we have a definitive line, and it's NATO. So if Ukraine wants this war to end, they sue for peace, that peace ever so base, and then they can actually be part of NATO because Russia's not going to invade a NATO country. It's not going to. Let's not pretend like it's going to.
Is defending Lithuania worth a drop of American blood?
Probably not.
But they're in NATO.
Well,
so what you're saying is
Russia's not going to invade them then. Sorry.
Okay. Well,
we can play pretend.
No, they will.
The reason they invaded Ukraine is so they would not join NATO.
Except if you have President K.O.E., you just told Russia
the war will be over in a day.
That we would not defend NATO.
The war will be over in a day.
Right. Russia would. If there was a border dispute, you can't join NATO.
No, Ukraine and Russia are just going to have to sue for peace, whatever that peace is. So, because we don't need this war.
Sue for peace?
What's that?
Why can't Lithuania sue for peace? All Russia wants is
because they're part of NATO. They don't need to worry about it.
To their warm water port.
They're not going to invade because, Russia's going to invade NATO about as soon as a fucking alien. invades
They
NATO.
will if you're
okay?
president, because you just said that defending NATO was not worth a drop of American blood, which means you will not defend NATO. Now that Putin knows that you won't defend NATO, NATO itself falls apart without American support. So at this point, they're free to pick off any parts
Not
of
going to happen.
Eastern
Not going to
NATO
happen.
countries.
But no, like,
What?
okay, Lithuania is part of NATO. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry.
Why?
We can play pretend.
But the president of the
They're not
United
going to invade.
States,
Why do you
the
think
president-elect,
Sweden's
I should
going-
say, the
why do you
president
think
elected in the United
Sweden's
States just
because
said that
he's
we
not
wouldn't
going to invade.
defend it.
Now, like, no, to clarify, NATO will be defended, but Russia's not going to invade NATO.
Wait, why? Why would we defend NATO? Why would we? Is that worth a drop of American blood?
Well, that's our treaty that we signed. We have no treaty with Ukraine.
Is that treaty worth a drop of American blood?
To me, no, actually.
Okay, so President KOE will not defend Lithuania.
The rest of NATO can bring their troops. We'll send their equipment, but
Well, they
to me,
won't. No,
unless
if we don't-
there's an act like this is not a war that we need to be involving ourselves in. So I'm saying no, this is not worth American blood. Will you now actually say what your position actually
Yes.
is on this war?
This
Is
is
it
why-
worth American blood? Is it worth American blood? Yes or no?
What I'm saying is it's no war is ever worth the sacrifice, and yet you have to do it anyway. The reason you have to do it
So
anyway.
that's yes. You think yes,
is
American
because-
blood is worth this Ukrainian war.
In order to save more
That's what
American
you're saying.
blood, you have to shed less American blood. Yes. For instance, if
Jesus.
less American blood, if we hadn't gone into World War II, the less American blood would have been spilt in the short run, right? But we don't know where that would have led in the long run. Even if we had sacrificed like 6 million more Jews to like an extended Holocaust, like whether or not like that trade-off is worth it, I don't know. To me, it was absolutely worth it. And it's the same thing here, right? If we can stop a larger conflict where a lot more Americans are going to like be put into the wood chipper, then yes, absolutely. That's what our military is for. It's to reduce the overall risk of larger amounts of bloodshed in the future. But if we're telling Russia instead that we're not going to defend NATO,
Why is
that
Russia going to
Lithuania's
inflict
not worth
more death in the future as opposed to
Yeah.
now? Like we've seen what their capacity is. Why is it that we need to throw Americans in the way of that? It's not like in 2 days and 2 weeks are going to have all this extra more super. They're not going to go Super Saiyan mode and be able to inflict more capacity for damage than what they've already demonstrated.
well, no, because Lithuania can't.
So like
defend
the idea, like,
itself.
so what's this greater threat that you're afraid of?
Because Lithuania cannot defend itself against Russia if it doesn't have the backing of NATO, and if NATO doesn't
Apparently
have the
neither can
backing,
Ukraine.
if it doesn't, yeah, that's the point. Yeah, that's the point. Ukraine can't defend itself without NATO. NATO needs to help it, just like
So it needs
NATO
to sue
needs
for
to help
peace if it
Lithuania.
wants to be in NATO. That's just the tough titties of it. Like if they
Yeah,
want to
and
be in
it's all
NATO,
right.
they have to sue for peace.
And it's also tough titties that if Lithuania gets invaded, if President
Well,
KOE like won't defend NATO,
I'll bet you
NATO itself,
$1,000 it will not be invaded within 10 years. I'll bet you $1,000 right now.
it has to happen during the KOE presidency because they'll only
Within
do it
any
if
time
you're
within the
president.
next 10 years. I'm running in 2024. Anytime within the next 10 years, I will bet you $1,000 Lithuania will not be invaded by Rusher.
Only
You wanna take that
payable
bet?
if you win the
You
presidency.
want to take that bet?
Yes, only if you're president, though.
Okay. All right. All
We're
right.
talking about a President KOE who just told Russia.
Well, no,
that he
you're
would not
saying that
defend NATO.
Lithuania is going to be, it can't do anything against Russia. So obviously Russia's going to invade it. So I'll bet you
Requires the
$1,000
No,
right
it
now.
won't
It's not going
invade
to
it.
happen within
It
10
won't
years.
invade
It requires the
won't invade it
conditions
because
put
NATO
forward.
will
Because the
back it
reasons
up.
I've just been saying this whole
But
time.
under a
Yes.
KOE presidency, it wouldn't. We're talking about.
They're not
we're
going to
talking-
invade regardless of what I say. Do you realize that? It doesn't matter.
No,
They're not
if you
going to
give-
invade.
if
You
give
realize that,
Russia
right?
a green light,
I can
they will
say,
absolutely
guess what?
do it.
This war with Russia is not worth one drop of American blood. I don't care where it is.
okay,
I don't
This is an
fucking
issue I have
care.
with a lot of
It's not
conservatives.
worth
Look,
American blood,
look,
period,
Russia's
anywhere
flanking.
in the lands, the seas, or the skies.
I think. Look, the KOE bumper sticker will be "I don't care," And I think that Putin will see that and
It'll
will
be
say,
peace for once.
yeah, a little piece of Lithuania, a little piece of Poland, a little piece
No,
of
fantasy,
Ukraine and Moldova.
fan fiction. No, Russia's going to get a piece of Ukraine. They're going to retreat behind their wall. They're going to say, look what we got. The West is now contained. And that will be the amazing world that President Phil K.O.E. will usher in.
Well, it'd be more than that. They don't have to settle for part of Ukraine. If you're president, they can take all of Ukraine.
No, they'll just basically settle for where the lines are now.
But why must they? You're going to pull all the weaponry back. NATO won't be able to afford to continually send in fresh weapon without the United States.
You think Russia's not going to grab at the chance to sue for peace here? You think they're not?
Under the Biden presidency, they would grab at it because they don't want the alternative. But the alternative under KOE is just that
Biden's not going to have any fucking say in how this ultimately ends. It's going.
He already has.
Oh, he's really been effectual.
So why didn't they sue for peace a year ago?
8 kilometers they've taken.
Why didn't Ukraine sue for peace a year ago?
Because they thought they were going to get more and more fucking weaponry, and they thought they were eventually going to be able to join NATO. And when they found out they're not going to be joining NATO,
they took back Kherson region. They took back big chunks of Kharkiv.
Taking a whole 9 kilometers.
That wasn't 9 kilometers. Are you kidding? Kherson and Kharkiv. Are you already forgetting?
No, I'm talking about over the counteroffensive.
No, when you made your first but when you made your prediction 6 months ago, that wall of yours was on the other side of Kherson and was on the other side of Kharkiv.
No, I said the lines that we had at the end of June and the lines that we had at the beginning of July are going to be the lines that we have because that's when the battle's going to settle in. I have proven to be correct.
Well, hold on. You said it was 6
my
months
exact prediction was that my exact words were where the lines are at the end of June, beginning of July, will be where the lines are going to be for a very long time.
Okay, so then what happens if the lines move again?
Well, at the end of July, it's just really not going to. That's my prediction. There'll be maybe a few hundred yards, maybe even a kilometer or two of facile ground that the Russians might take. The Ukrainians might take a kilometer or two of facile ground, but it's not going to really move.
1 kilometer or 2. So if it's beyond 2 kilometers,
oh my God. I'm sorry. I get how you're trying to pedantic this to death, but at the end, it doesn't matter because I'm going to be right.
Because I know the goalposts are going to move.
Exactly right. At the end of this month, you're not going to see the lines move all that terribly much. Sorry.
Yeah. So define terribly much.
Jesus Christ. I said, you're going to get facile ground, but you're not actually going to get tactically important.
Is any ground?
You know what facile ground? Do you know what facile ground is?
Yeah, I know what facile ground is.
What is that?
Is any ground facile?
What is facile ground?
Ground that's easily obtained.
It's ground that has no tactical advantage to you taking it. It's like if you walk 2 pieces,
which is why
it's when you step 2 steps, 5 steps into my yard, it doesn't really matter. You haven't actually taken my house yet. And so that's an example of facile ground. And so you'll have a little of that. And there's no way to quantify exactly how many steps forward is facile ground. But at the end of July here, you're not going to see any big radical changes. And I made that call back in January. And everybody said I was absolutely wrong. You said, well, I don't think you're wrong, but I'm just going to hedge my bet and say maybe it could also be right as well.
I'm just trying to nail this down. I'm just trying
very committal, very committal.
I'm just trying to nail this down since you're being committal. Is when you say at the end of July, I'm talking about at any point after the end of July. So that means 10 years from now, even, right? Because you said this is permanent, like you can put the wall in cement.
No, you're just getting childish. Let's be frank.
What is it?
You actually are, because if there's even one pedantic change over the next decade, I know you don't like it, but I'm going to be right on this ultimately.
Yeah,
you don't like it,
right about what?
And you want this counteroffensive to make all this big fucking gains, and it's not going to do anything, and the lines are going to be where they're going to be for the next fucking very long goddamn time, maybe years from now. Eventually, we're going to get Berlin Wall 2.0, and that's going to be the fucking end of it.
So how many years?
Jesus. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm not going to give you an exact year figure there.
No, I
I'm
understand.
sorry. Like, you're just being unreasonable at this point.
No,
Grow the
I'm just
farm up.
saying, I
Yeah,
just
you
don't
are.
want- I know the
Lines are
goalposts
always
gonna
moving a
move.
few kilometers in stagnant trench warfare. This is not a maneuver warfare operation theater. All Ukraine did was move troops into areas Russia abandoned because not strategic. So, yeah, that's all you're going to really see here. But in the end, the Russians are going to consider the West contained behind whatever wall or barrier that they end up making. And my prediction that I made the day this war fucking cracked off is going to end up being correct. So it's unfortunate,
Okay.
but I didn't
Okay.
like it, but it will ultimately be so.
No, I don't necessarily, like I said, I'm not against any of these predictions. I'm just trying to nail down what the prediction is specifically. Like if I come back later and it turns out they've gotten 40,
Like if you're like basically what you're asking me is what is the price of Apple stock going to be in 3 months exactly to the penny? Is like, dude,
no,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no, I'm no,
Yes. That's exactly when you're like, no,
I'm
you're
asking you
asking how many
something different.
feet, how many kilometers, how many days, how many years. That is exactly
No, I'm
precisely
asking you
what you're
something
asking here.
No,
And you know yourself that is not how forecasting
I'm
works.
asking you something different.
So it's
What I'm
kind of
asking
bad
you
faith,
is
though.
where
No, this
Apple's-
has been extremely bad faith
No,
in the last few
no,
minutes. So
what
I'm just
asking
letting you know.
What I'm asking you for is where Apple stock will be above, right? So am I saying, is it going to be above $50 or is it going to be above $60? I'm not saying, will it be exactly $60.0? I'm
No,
saying,
when you're asking me how many kilometers and how many years and on what day,
No, it could be any amount
that's
above
exactly what you're asking. Actually,
be
you're
an
wanting
amount-
to the
it could be
penny,
any amount
and I'm
above-
sorry, you
No, I'm not.
yourself know that forecasting doesn't work
No.
that way. So it's a very bad faith
No.
attempt.
What
but
I'm saying is,
sorry,
I'm
you
saying-
almost, and to your credit, you almost got away with it, Aiko, but you're not going to get away with it here on
I'm
Hazard.
saying X or above, which could be anything infinity above that, right? So, for instance, if you're going to say they won't take back more than 10 square kilometers.
Again, forecasting has
in the
never
next
worked
decade.
like this in the history of forecasting, but I know you're trying to
What do you
make
mean?
some sort of
No one's
pedantic
ever said X or above in a forecast?
No, that's not what you're asking me. You're asking me for exact kilometers,
No, I'm
date,
not.
time, and
No, I'm
year.
not.
No, that is exactly.
No, I'm not.
If
I'm
we were to
asking
go
you-
back, that is exactly what you
No, I'm
asked me,
asking
not
you
but 3
for-
minutes ago. So
I'm
I'm
asking-
sorry. Like
I'm
I
asking
get that
for
what's
X-
what you're trying to
I'm
do,
asking you
Aiko, but you're just not going to get
I'm
away with it,
asking you
sir.
for X or above. X or above. Tell me what X is and above. Everything
So-
above is yours. So, for instance, if you're going to, or below. So, if you're going to say they won't take more than 2 kilometers, which is what you said earlier, anything below 2 kilometers is yours. So that's
Aiko
not an
is
exact
blatantly
over under
pro-Ukraine. How did you arrive at this conclusion? Serious question.
At which conclusion?
Yeah, which conclusion? Grow the farm up. But yeah, let's
Just defining
yeah,
the wager. We're defining the wager right now.
Yeah, because otherwise, because here's what always happens.
Well, no,
if
he
you don't
didn't take
count-
my $1,000 bet about Lithuania, so he wouldn't. So there's no like until he gives me something
No,
on
I
that
said
wager.
I said under a KOE presidency.
No. Under
within
any
10
presidency for the next 10
Well,
years was the bet
no.
I put down.
No, because you're assuming
That was the bet I put down. You said that they had no ability to defend themselves, and I said that's complete bullshit. And so I'm going to bet you $1,000 that they're not going to invade Lithuania. And so you tried to redirect. So no, my bet was 10 years over any administration, and look who walked away with the tail.
You're saying
wasn't
every
the initial
administration would be the
assertion.
same as KOE.
No, that was my initial bet. 10 years. It will not. Russia will not invade Lithuania over 10 years, regardless of who's president. I'll bet you $1,000, and you have not accepted this bet.
But that's because we just
because you know I'm right.
No, because
it's because you know I'm right.
You're betting on a
no, you set a parameter.
Yeah, you're betting.
I did. Over the next 10 years, will Russia ever invade Lithuania, regardless of who is United States president? Because you were saying he is not going. You were saying that Lithuania cannot defend itself, and I said that's bullshit, and I'm going to prove it to you.
Lithuania cannot defend itself without the United States.
I thought the initial assertion was if a American president, in this case being you, were to state that if any of this whatever conflict is not worth any American blood, which would signal to any opposing party.
We weren't just talking about just me as president, though. We were talking about
under
any circumstance, is American blood worth it for Lithuania? Is it worth it for any? And so I've been asking straight questions here.
Said this is the parameter by which this situation would happen. Otherwise, it's not even worth a bet. I'm just being honest with you. unless these
because I'm
particular
right.
parameters.
Like, I'm sorry. It's just, I'm getting
Well, no, 'cause
$1,000
you'll
in
do
10
the
years.
goalposts.
That's all.
You'll say, I never said like how much distance it would be. And so you'll always be able to say, oh, that's the distance I said it would be under. So because as
Well,
long
yeah,
as you keep
dude,
it
I'm
vague,
sorry. You're asking for exact projections,
not
and you
exact.
know that's not how that works. So like, I'm telling you, it's not going to be
No,
any
I'm
radically
asking for
big
an outer
different
limit.
change.
I'm asking
And
for an outer limit, not an exact. So for instance, if you were to say they won't take more than 40 kilometers, that's a very different claim than they won't take more than 2 kilometers. Right. And
Well,
you were saying before, you were saying that their goal was 90 kilometers,
maybe
which
3
is
or
I'm
4.
not sure
But
where
like,
you got that number.
yeah, I'm not going to like tech, because there might be a guy like, well, because I know you, it's like, well, they took, if I say, well, it won't take more than 4 kilometers. Well, here they took 4.000001, Phil, because I know that's how you work.
Well, then
But
say
that's
5.
not how projections work. I'm
Then say
sorry.
5.
Like,
Say nothing more than 5. Then 0.0001 wouldn't work.
well, no, because that's not how projections work. You're asking the exact price of Apple stock in 3 months.
No, I'm not. I'm asking.
That is exactly what you've been asking, and you know this, Ico. And if you were debating anybody that was of a lesser intellect, you might have actually gotten away with it. But like, no, you know this is not how projections work, and this has been very bad faith, and you're really trying. But I'm not going to fall for it. I'm sorry, my man. I'm sorry.
Over-under is not exact. I'm just giving.
But no, you won't give. You won't even take the $1,000 bet because you know I'm right. Even though you were saying
under a KOE presidency, I bet.
No, that wasn't the bet. That wasn't the bet. You're trying to shift it. You're trying to change the actual bet. The actual bet is within the next 10 years. Will Russia invade Lithuania under any administration? I bet you $1,000, and you ran with your tail between your legs.
Are you really so pro Biden that you think that you get a better outcome under a Biden presidency than a KOE one? Right. Because what you're saying here is that Russia will not invade, even if Biden's president. Russia will not invade. Right. Of course, because Biden is why he won't invade. Under President KOE, he would invade. That's what I'm saying.
No, he's not.
So when you say,
I mean, that's just fantasy.
It's got to be a KOE presidency,
or it's got to be just fantasy. I'm sorry.
If you tell them that they can, then they will.
But no, like, I'm sorry. I made the bet. I threw it down the gauntlet, and you backed away. That's all we need to know. Look who blinked first. It was Ico Rich.
I gave you. So, I
just like anybody will blink first in a KOE administration.
Invasion would occur.
No, that's just fan fiction on your part. I'm sorry. Like, it's
why
just
not? Why would stop them?
NATO, all of our equipment, our bombs. We don't need to send people.
You just said you would.
We don't need to send people. Like, we've got enough drones to do whatever we need to do around the world in that regard in Lithuania.
But why not sue for peace? Why keep the war going?
Suing for peace is always preferable, and that's what President Extreme's going to do.
And that's
but we also have.
They'll say, "Give me that piece of Lithuania so that we can connect to our warm water port," and then the war.
Curious, how many millions of Americans are you willing to sacrifice for Lithuania? How many thousands? How many tens of thousands? How many hundreds of thousands? What's your limiting factor there?
Whatever the lesser number is than the counterfactual.
What?
What the fuck are you like? No. How many American lives are you willing to sacrifice? It's a very like you were asking for exact numbers earlier. Are you going to be able? Are you going to hold yourself to a standard you were wanting to hold others to just a few minutes ago? Or are you going to try and wriggle out? How many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Americans are you willing to sacrifice for Lithuania? How many?
I'll trade you. You give me an exact number for yours, and I'll give you an exact number for mine.
Wait, hold on.
Dodge noted. Dodge noted.
Wait, hold on.
No, you're not dodging.
You're arguing the wrong point, because what is more likely, that you are going to give the exact number of kilometers, or that you're actually going to become president of the United States? You could fulfill every obligation that he wants, but the fact that you are not going to become president, he's already that's his ace in the pocket.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Phil, you believe you're not going to be president of the United States?
I was about to say, Bandit, I love you.
Well, I remember
this is blasphemy I'm hearing.
Well, I remember about an hour or so ago, someone saying that Phil should record the people that he wants for his cabinet to be asked that question.
Yeah.
Nice. Now, which question was it again exactly?
about your chances of becoming president.
Oh,
well, no, that was
well, son
that
of a
was who would
biscuit.
we vote for? That was
Like-
whether we
Or
would
who will we
for
vote
him.
for?
Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
Nick just says Nader. Like, God
that's six of
damn.
one,
dude.
half dozen of the other.
But like, no, because like we need to get a little bit of faith here, folks, because what we need is an actual peace president that's not going to try to blow up the whole fucking world just so they can waggle their dick in people's faces and they can find actual peace. So, Lethe, I don't know if you've seen this yet, but this is my first official campaign ad for president of the United States. God bless America. God bless this glorious land. And because this land is so glorious, it needs a new president to match that glory. And that person is Phil K.O.E. Yes, Phil K.O.E. in 2024. A man who truly loves America, a man who loves this nation and the people in it. Phil K.O.E., the true alternative in 2024. The man you all need, a man of the nation, a man of the country, a man of the people, a man of nature, a man who is going to point us to a brighter tomorrow. Yes, Phil K.O.E. He is a man of decisive action. Phil K.O.E. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is for America. I'm going to do that for you in Washington, D.C. Whatever that is, you're going to get a lot of that. Yes, folks, Phil K.O.E., a man who will make sure to dot the I's and cross the T's of American government. Phil K.O.E., he will make sure to preserve your freedoms, to work on go-karts on the weekend, or whatever you call fun in this glorious nation. That's why you need to consider Phil K.O.E. And that, folks, is why I am asking for your vote in 2024, folks, because I, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., have officially announced my candidacy for the presidency of the United States of America. Beautiful, beautiful flag. Old Glory is coming with me, folks, and we're going all the way to Washington, D.C. If you're tired of business as usual in D.C., do the right thing. In 2024, vote extreme. Phil K.O.E., the choice for you, the choice for me, the choice for everyone within all sundry. Folks, God bless every last one of you, and we're taking this all the way to Washington, D.C. in 2024. Vote Phil K.O.E. to fix D.C. Yes, folks, it's going to happen. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be glorious. You're going to join me, the Cabinet of Extreme. Our inauguration party is going to make the Jackson inauguration party look like a debutante ball, folks. It's going to be amazing. Old Glory's coming with me. What else do we need? God bless all of you beautiful people. Travel well, and in 2024, vote Phil K.O.E. Truly beautiful.
Not an ounce of policy there, but yeah, that was good.
That was glorious. Oh, that's coming later. Iko, you were muted. Now we can. No, we still can't hear you. You were muted like a
it was. It wasn't until the second time watching it that I noticed that there was like no firewood on that chopping block.
Oh, I saw that.
It was just you were just chopping air.
Why did
I
you?
just wanted to smash an axe into some wood and be like, yeah, whatever that is, you're gonna get a lot more of that in DC.
Well, hey, Iko, off the top of your head, 7,000 over 300. What's the percentage on that? Is that 250% or is that 25?
I can look at
1,000%.
7,000 for 300.
No, over 30.
Over 30. The 233
math podcast.
So the reason why I asked is because I dropped that ad on Twitter and only got I only got 30 I don't know what the term, but 30 eyes on it.
Okay.
I made a comment, an offhand comment about the Cybertruck. And the point of that is that's Elon Musk and on Twitter.
Right.
I got about 7,000, almost 8,000 responses or eyes on that. So I think Elon is trying to censor Phil K.O.E.'s chance of becoming president.
Well, it's probably because of his core socialist principles.
Grow the farm up obsessively clearing brush on the heat of summer got Bush 43 elected twice. Damn.
That's the thing.
Damn. Like, unfortunately, it's like, George, why are you obsessively clearing brush? But like, no, like you see, a president.
He actually looks really good doing that.
I'm going to be a president for America first. Okay, America first, second, and third, folks, because that's the only way that we can actually bring us to prosperity is to not get us into entanglements and all these godforsaken.
And juxtaposition would not making Mexico better be a good thing for the United States on a whole?
Yes, it would.
Oh, of course, but like, we're not gonna go in and fucking like send in the Marines and do a regime change, because that always goes over swingingly every time we tried it.
To what we were talking about when I first showed up, we were talking about China. And now that China's being difficult, we're starting to make Mexico one of our chief trading partners in China's place, which could ultimately make Mexico better.
Labor from Mexico is actually now cheaper than labor from China.
I mean, that's what the USMCA was supposed to be about, right? Like, or
But it also depends on how you mean by making Mexico better, because if you are making the government better or more palatable while not changing the reasons for why people are coming here, you're not changing anything. You're just it's just a virtue signal for saying, oh, we're doing X to make this problem better, when the solution and the problem aren't directly tied together.
The problem is with Mexico, and this is going to be one of the defining issues of the administration of Extreme, is nobody likes to openly admit the fact that Mexico is a narco state. Okay, I know nobody wants to openly admit that.
Oh, I will.
Like, okay, all right. Well,
I watched Narcos season 2.
Our head of the EPA is at least on board with that. Foreign policy, we might be yelling at each other a little bit.
And your head of the ATF.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bandit's my head of the ATF.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that probably matters more for foreign policy.
Nice.
Well, no, hold on. That's you're thinking DEA.
Well, no, I was thinking of, what was it, that operation, whatever it was?
Fast and Furious?
Yeah, Fast and Furious. Wasn't that ATF?
Selling guns.
That was ATF, but that wasn't. It was somewhat tied to the cartels, but it wasn't directly tied to their ability to move drugs.
Yeah, that was
it was a workaround to try
Once again, but right back.
No problem. Like, I was waving at, hello, whoever that is at Aiko's place, and she waved back. It's like, nice. But yeah, that's the bigger problem, because, like, okay, Lethe, I think we've established I'm a bit anti-war. Okay.
Yeah.
There's not much that I'm gonna want to sacrifice our American blood for. Okay, it has to be really fucking worth it. Mexico is one of those that, like, there isn't a clean solution, because all the people that you have in the government that are standing in front of a microphone basically have some cartel guy with a gun to the back of their head saying, say these words or else. Because if they don't, there's 20 people behind them that'll say those words that also won't get shot in the back of the head out in the middle of the Mexican desert.
All right, so
Aiko was like, no, fuck it, I'm out of that one. Like, no.
Well, those guys are they're not afraid of Mexican government officials, right? But they are afraid of America, which is why the cartel that, like, killed those accidentally killed those, the first thing they did was apologize to the United States, because
they took care of it.
Yeah, because they are scared of America. They're not scared of Mexico.
So I want to go to bat for just a second to Aiko and Lethe, but there is a asterisk on the end. All right, World War II was brought up, and it wasn't until that we liberated the death camps that we actually found out that the death camps existed. That being said,
well, we kind of knew. We just
it
that was a
wasn't
confirmation.
Yeah, it was it's a well-known thing that like the soldiers on the ground, they didn't know about it until they came upon the camps.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Now, here's the asterisk. World War II was the last war that this country has ever sent to the Congress to declare war.
Right.
We went through Korea, Vietnam, the War on Terror, a whole litany of wars. What everyone here would classify as a war, but Congress never declared war. And by the text of the Constitution, Congress has to declare war in order for troops to be sent.
Right. I agree.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, again, going to war with Mexico is a rough prospect here, because I really think you could take a bigger, wetter hunk out of all the cartel profits. They're not going to go away, but you could make a lot of deeper, wetter hunk out of their profits if you were to just decriminalize most drugs. Like that would actually do more to weaken them. Now, granted, once you decriminalize drugs in the United States, there's going to be a big shift to human trafficking. And that is not what anybody wants. But Grow the Farm Out goes, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the most American abomination of a 3-letter agency ever created. Turn it into a Second Amendment defense agency, and it may survive. Maybe.
No, see, the problem is I don't want it to survive. I want to turn it into a convenience store.
Nice. Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. And I'm also going to make it the ATFM under my administration. Alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and marijuana. So we're just going to have that just one seamless regulatory structure there.
So I hear you on the decriminalization thing. I think there's a bit of a problem. Like I'm for decriminalization of marijuana or whatever, and certain other kinds of drugs too. But it all depends on what kind of drug it is, because some drugs are addictive to the point where taking them just robs you of your free will, like opioids, for instance. And we just can't have that. Now, I know you said decriminalized and not legalized, so like there's a distinction to be made there.
Yeah, because like there would still, like, for like what you're talking about, like with opioids and like some like fentanyl and that kind of stuff like that.
Right.
Like there would still have to be some sort of regimen, but like there would also be kind of medical safeguards, so like we can treat someone with a medical problem rather than sending them to prison for 15 years.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like,
I'm not. Yeah, right. Decriminalization for many kinds of drugs is probably something I could be on board with. Maybe not for the suppliers of like hardcore drugs. Like Walter White needs to go to prison like for the rest of his life.
Walter White.
But your average
I'm just an entrepreneur. God damn it.
Yeah. but like his customers don't necessarily need to go to prison.
Well, where the rubber meets the road is the air quotes war on drugs needs to end, because that was a complete and utter failure.
Right. I agree.
Yeah, actually, there was an old police station in Colorado that got converted into a weed shop. And on that, it's like, I have to congratulate drugs in completely winning the war on drugs in that regard. Like, I mean, like, wow.
We have surrendered.
Done. Yeah, you've taken, we're talking about taking territory. Like, there's some fucking territory taken.
So that's another area where you disagree with Trump then, right? Because Trump says we should bring the war on drugs back.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. I like Trump. He's not God. He is not perfect.
Sure.
He has problems, and he's not perfect. But like, now, granted, if he doesn't take the nomination for the Republican candidacy, then the KOE ticket's basically assured. But
there we go.
But yeah, like marijuana decriminalization, that would just happen by executive order on the first day, and just dare some judge to stop. Basically, like, I'm sure somebody's gonna try, but you know what? Fuck it.
You know what's more effective than
on my
that?
first day.
What's more effective than decriminalization, because you would then have to have because you would only be doing it at the federal level, right? Like, so actually that's statutory. So, well, anyway, the point is, one thing you could do, not necessarily on your own, but that the administration can do, and it might happen under the Biden administration, is you could get it rescheduled so that it's not, you know, the harshest category of drugs. It could go down to Schedule 3 or something like that.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, like by executive order, that would be about the most powerful thing I could do is take it off Schedule 1 and move it. Like, and that would be a little harder for a judge to come in on an injunction because, like,
well, you can't do it yourself, but what
now.
you can do is you can have your agencies do it. And Biden has asked his agencies to do it. It's just, but it takes time, right? So it might happen before the election, it might not. I don't know. But actually, if you do that, then here's what happens then is that all the different states decriminalize, because many of the state laws don't have marijuana illegal. They have Schedule 1 drugs illegal. So as soon as you reschedule the drugs, all these state laws change.
Now, I got to say something that Grow the Farm Up said. It would be the Weed Emancipation Proclamation. Yeah. Like, wow. Well done. Well done. Well done.
He should be your brand manager.
Grow the Farm Up. He is he's strange enough. He's going to be my head of the Department of Agriculture and also the head of the DOD. Like we were talking, now, Phil, I'm going to be your head of ag, but I think I better just head up your DOD department as well. It's like, well, it's going to be a tricky confirmation process, but I kind of want to see it. So let's see what happens. That'll be fun.
Sure.
But, so this is going to be the based internet administration. It's going to be awesome. ICAO, I'm sorry. We're not going to see eye to eye on a lot of foreign policy stuff, but luckily, those meetings are.
That's why I'm not Secretary of State.
Yeah. You might undermine me a little bit. It's like ICAO's like, okay, President Phil, you know how it's better to ask forgiveness than permission? What did you do? It might end. It might end the war. It might. I'm like, oh shit.
We might have a few new wars. I don't know.
One or two. But God damn it. We might have one or two new wars. Like, no, like that was one of the great things about Trump is he didn't start any new wars. And like I remember Brendan Roy, he said, like, dude, isn't that a little fucked up that that's like a badge on a president that he didn't start any new ones?
Yeah, that's a real low bar to set, that no new ones.
New ones.
Well, on that one, I'm gonna call it a night. It's been a blast. Thanks for inviting me.
Basically,
great seeing you again, K.O.E. It's been too long.
It has been, sir. It has been. It's been fun having the back and forth with you, sir.
Oh yeah, been a great night. Good night, everyone.
Yeah. Now,
see you later.
Peace. Now, if I were to give one compliment, like Aiko, I've always said, like, you're one of the best representations of the left, because like when like he goes like, oh great.
Well, a lot of people on the left don't claim me, so you know.
Really? Why?
Yeah, because I'm not a lefty. Because I'm not. Well, I'm not. Because I'm a capitalist. That's why. Ultimately, is what it comes down to.
Oh dang!
But I'm also not like, you know, like on a lot of like social issues and stuff. I'm like perceived as a moderate by a lot of people.
And that's how you get World War III.
Yeah.
make Aiko my ambassador to Russia
and Lethe to China. Oh yeah. Okay.
Woo! Like Aiko just shows up and he just puts his thumb in the fucking eye of the Russian ambassador. Like, dude, you don't open with that. Whoa, bro! Like, just thumb in the eye,
hold
kick
on.
in the nuts, then run back to his car.
No, he keeps his powder dry until he's in front of Putin and then does it.
Gotta see the whites. Gotta see the whites of their eyes first. Yeah. Before I can stick my thumb in it.
Oh wow! I'm like, yeah, gotcha, motherfucker. I'm like, wow, yeah. So, okay, all right. I think you might have to sit at, like, you know, that big old long table Putin's got?
Right.
Where you're like, you sit over there, motherfucker. He's got to pull out the straw and like fucking put a small in his...
that's probably why he's got that long table.
Oh yeah,
keep him out of arm's reach.
He's famously paranoid. Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
don't
he kills
imagine
enough people.
a
to
leader
where-
of Russia. What do they got to be paranoid about?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
But I was under the impression that his paranoia was more of germaphobe, because it was that line of logic came out right at the right in the middle of COVID. It wasn't so much
I've heard
of
that about Trump. I don't know about Putin.
Trump's a germaphobe. Yeah. I think Putin's just paranoid in general. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that he's also
Grow the Farm Up
whatever.
says EPA will need to be dismantled too now.
Right.
Like, wow, damn. I have a feeling Grow the Farm Up and oh wait.
Well, you don't want to put me in charge of that, because my thought on that is make tire fires great again.
Tire
yeah,
fire.
sure.
Oh, and wow. All right. I think
That would
I
give
know
VA
as-
doctors like a second job to take all of that.
Damn. See, I was about to say,
All those
Like-
burn pit, expertise they've got, they can start, treating Americans too.
boy, this is gonna be this administration is gonna be lit, folks. I think we might actually just film the cabinet meetings like they're a fucking Twitch panel.
Sure. Yeah.
Just like, no, let me tell you something about, like, yeah, it'll be fucking great. It'll be great.
Just the opposite
No,
of
you know
those
what?
cabinet meetings we used to hear about, where everyone was just praising Trump through the whole. Remember those?
Oh,
No, you want to square the national debt? Do that now and make it pay-per-view.
There you go.
Make
all
people
right.
pay to see what's going on behind closed doors, and people will pay for that real quick to find out what's actually being said.
It's like, all right, Putin, let's settle it once and for all. Let's forget, like, we don't need to have any bloodshed on the battlefields of Ukraine. We need to have bloodshed in the cage. You and me, glove up, MMA. Let's solve this once and for all, and we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Champion versus champion, no other bloodshed other than ours. And you know what? I think people will respect that, because then Putin's gonna back down, because he's like, I'm not doing that.
Wait, with Biden? Because all Putin has to do is put his foot out, and Biden will trip over it.
Yeah, Biden doesn't have, like, we all concede he does not have any physical capacity to put damage on anybody. But grow the farm up, rolling coal, get rid of emission systems, use regen farming to sequester and convert CO2, so we have trucks and equipment that actually run iCow. You ever driven a semi or a tractor?
No, neither.
Okay, yeah. You
All right,
the
grow
deaf
the
shit
farm
will
up.
take your balls.
Here's my what's drawing a blank, the document you put forward when you want a new job.
Job application?
No, for an actual. But anyway, we'll just go with job application. But there's another term that I'm thinking of for EPA. Make carbureted cars great again. If I was head of the EPA, I want carbureted cars and remove all that computer crap, because
Resume.
you could actually fix your own damn
You're
car.
thinking of a job description.
No,
A resume?
resume.
There
That
we
was-
go. Thanks, grow the farm up. Yeah, start brushing up your resumes, everybody. Election night didn't go exactly the way I had hoped, so let's see how this. Now, I think with everything that's been going on and how much he's been knocking himself down a few pegs, I think we could maybe get Roger Stone on the show. It's not like he's doing much these days.
I mean, there's
admit
nothing
it.
he
We wanna
won't
hear
do
what he
for you. Like, if he's on side, like, there's nothing he won't do for you. Like, so he'd probably be a good ROI,
Like, wow. Because, like, admit it, Ikeow. I know you don't like Roger Stone, but if that motherfucker was on here right
I
now,
think
you'd
Roger-
have 1,000 questions.
No,
Tell me about the Nixon time. Like,
there
yeah.
was, I think Destiny, was it Destiny that got to interview him? I can't remember. Somebody got to interview Roger Stone, like a Twitch guy got to interview Roger Stone. And I remember being very jealous because I would love to talk to Roger Stone. I think I'd have a lot of fun talking to Roger Stone.
Oh, like the thing is, he's a very fashionable individual. I always love his appreciation.
He's funny too, and here's the other thing: is like he admits to stuff. Like he won't admit to anything that's gonna like get him in trouble today or whatever. But like when he's talking about like shit he did in the 80s or whatever, like the dirty tricks campaigns he did for Nixon back in the 60s and 70s, like he admits to all of that. Like once he's in the clear for shit, he'll just like flat out say like the shit that he's done, which I think is very entertaining. I'd have a lot of questions for him. I would probably read his book if I knew I could interview him. Just because I think there's a lot of interesting stuff in there.
I want him to produce. All right, he's getting up in years.
Yeah,
I want him to. I don't know what the legal issue would be, but I want him to produce a book that has everything for the last couple of years that is either posthumous or what, so that when he's gone, we get to see all the shit that went behind the corner, or
Okay. Even
he's got a tell-all somewhere already written.
Well, okay, Iko and Bandit, you'll both appreciate this. Like, God love him, but do you think the posthumous release of Roger Stone, do you think there might be one maybe exaggeration or two in there? And then I fuck 6,000 women on my way to the party. Like,
yeah.
Well, he has Richard Nixon tattooed on his back. I'm sure there's a exaggeration or two.
Yeah, like that's like when I heard that, I was like, what the fuck?
Well, here's the thing though, is I think he does have a lot of contingencies in place because like he reportedly told Trump on more than one occasion, or told the Trump camp, told the White House on more than one occasion that if he didn't get his pardon, if he has to spend one day, 1 hour, or 1 minute behind bars, that a lot of shit was going to get found out fast. And so like Trump better take care of him or like shit's going to go down. That's what he said reportedly. And I'm sure, like, of course people don't take Roger Stone at his word, of course, but I'm sure that he has like emails, text messages, documents, like shit that can, that is more trustworthy than like his word alone. I'm sure he has that shit in contingency for like when shit goes down.
He was in the Richard Nixon administration,
right?
And nothing. I don't even think anyone looked at him for shit that went down.
He was too low level at that point. Yeah.
But the point that I'm trying to make is, if you were in that administration, anytime after that going into anything political, you're going to make sure you've got dead man switches on everything.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's paranoid. I mean, the number of dirty tricks that he's played, like he knows that shit goes both ways. So I'm sure he has, a lot of that stuff. Like, yeah, for sure. I'm sure he's got a dead man switch. Okay, I'm sure he does.
Whoa. Iko, are you implying that a man who worked for the venerable Richard Nixon would perhaps play dirty pool?
He implies it. Or he doesn't imply it. He says it. He says it outright. Like he doesn't make any bones about it. That's what I like about him. Like he's as much a troll as he is.
Grow the farm up. You want me to give Roger a call? I got him on speed dial. Nice.
I don't even think he has any ideological beliefs. I think he just likes it. It's a game to him, and I think he would do it for a Democrat if the money was right. I think he absolutely would.
I'm
not
full on board with poo-pooing it, but I wouldn't. I don't know exactly how to put it, but I'm in the middle on that. I wouldn't go all the way one way or all the way the other way on that. I could see it going either way. I just don't think he's like. I don't think he's doing all of this because of his principles. I think he's doing it because he likes to play the game. Like he wants to be in it, and he benefits from it. Well, where I would differ on that is if that was the case, he would have been in the game with W, with McCain, with Romney, but he stayed out of those.
Well, I don't think it was him rejecting them so much as it would have been them rejecting him. Like, there's a very specific type of politician that's willing to like roll in the dirt that blatantly. And I think Trump was one and Nixon was another. I think Clinton could have been persuaded of it, maybe. But I think for the most part, like it's very rare when presidents are willing to be that blatant about things.
I'll agree with you that I could see him going or being in the Clinton camp just on tactics alone, not his stated ideology.
Yeah, wasn't Dick Morris in the Clinton campaign for that very reason?
Who?
Dick Morris.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, because he was it was part of the whole triangulation strategy or whatever.
Yeah. But where I'll push back on not so much on W because obviously he won, but on McCain and Romney, it's one of those things that they kind of had an uphill. Well, all right, more so Romney than McCain because all things being fair, that was the first time that there was a serious political candidate that was African American, and so prior to 2008, no one clipped us, and but prior to 2008,
well, and also McCain was doing well until the economy crashed.
Yeah.
So like, if you'd have asked anybody in September, they would have said it was anybody's race.
Yeah.
But then, the everything crashed, and then it became like a big Obama landslide.
So at least with Romney, what I'm trying to get at is reprehensible as Roger Stone is, wouldn't Romney want an ace in the hole?
No, I don't think so, because shit like that tends to backfire. And I think that the risk for doing something, that's the thing, is like what Stone offers is tremendous risk, but potentially like, a pretty big reward. And I think if you look at like Trump in 2016, I don't think he was expecting to win that race. I think he saw himself as an extreme long shot. I think he was even surprised to win the nomination. So I think for him to pull some levers that were very high risk, would have been worth it, right? Because, but if you think you've got a 50-50 shot at winning, or even better than that, you're not going to bring someone on your campaign that's going to introduce a lot of risk to it. I think that's what it comes down to. And McCain in particular was, I think, too principled. Like, even if he thought it would help him win, I don't think he would do it.
I wouldn't use principled. I would say stubborn, because the things that he was hard-nosed on were not principled.
There were things he didn't like. He was pro-war for sure. But also, like, there were things he wasn't willing to do. Like, a lot of his campaign advisors wanted him to go full birther on Obama, and he wouldn't do it. And remember that old lady that said, "Oh, he's an Arab," and he corrects her or whatever. He has these sort of principles that now sometimes he didn't live up to them, like on his torture thing. Like, ultimately he voted for that torture bill in December of 2017 or 2007. And that was a big disappointment that he did that. But for the most part, he was he believed that taking the high road, was the better thing to do in most situations.
Only Mr. Bill goes, not the biggest Trump fan, but Trump would not have given up his popularity if he did not expect to win. I think the idea that he didn't think he was going to win, I don't know. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure he was shocked the night it happened, because let's be frank, even if you set out, it's gonna be like, Jesus Christ, I'm the president of the United States.
Yeah.
Like,
did you see him on Inauguration Day? Like, he looked shell shocked. Like when Obama was like, giving him the tour and all this other stuff, he looked like he was about to throw up.
Well, hell, on election night when he comes up, he's like, "Sorry to keep you waiting. We had business," and it's like, I'm sure you thought that you were going to come out there and give a concession speech. It's
or
like,
not. He was going to give I lost because Hillary cheated speech, but yeah.
Or
I didn't really lose. Like it was rigged. He was ready to give an "it was rigged" speech.
I think, to be perfectly honest, I think that's mind reading, and that's a post 2020 take. I think if
no, he was asked many times during 2016 if he would concede, and he would never, ever, ever say, "If I lost, I'll concede." And there are plenty of reports now from the campaign.
Yeah, when you're running for an office, you don't say, "Yeah, I'm totally going to lose." You don't ever put the idea that you can even lose in people's heads, and so that's why he was going to avoid. No, fuck you. I'm going to win, so we're not even going to talk about that now. Before we get any deeper here, gents, a couple of things. I'm going to have to get going before too terribly long. I got my kiddo here and she wants to watch some South Park, so we're gonna have to do that. But before that happens, I wanted to show y'all something. I actually got the privilege of getting to read from the Bible in church, and I've just been sharing this with everybody that I can. This is just a short little 1.5-minute clip. And Ike, I was wondering your critique of how did I do here. Okay. So without further ado, let's get right into it.
If you abide in me, and my word abide in you, ask whatever you wish, and it will be done for you. By this, my Father is glorified. That you bear much fruit, and so prove to be my disciples. As the Father has loved me, so have I loved you. Abide in my love. If you keep my commandments, and you will abide in my love, just as I have kept my Father's commandments and abide in his love. These things I have spoken to you, that my joy may be in you, and that your joy may be full. This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. Greater love has no one than this, that someone lay down his life for his friends. You are my friends if you do what I command you. No longer do I call you servants, for the servant does not know what his master is doing. But I have called you friends. For all that I have heard from my Father, I have made known to you. You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you that you should go and bear fruit, and that your fruit should abide, so that whatever you ask the Father in my name, he may give it to you. These things I command you, so that you will love one another.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thus ends the reading of God's holy word.
And so, yeah, I was really happy to get to do that at Sutton Community Church. So how did I do, guys?
Nice, great. Oh, well, I mean, you've always had, the sultry delivery voice, radio announcer guy. So, yeah.
Excellent. Because, we're going chronologically through John. We just wrapped up just this morning, actually. John 15. We're going to get started in John 16. So it's about to get not as fun for everybody involved. It's so
challenging times, yeah, for sure.
So yeah, I'm getting ready to because when I'm reading, it's okay, I'm having to speak in the voice of Jesus here. This is a lot of pressure. You have to make because. If you're reading from the Old Testament when God speaks, that's just, and it was said unto ye. You can just go as, make as booming as much, but with Jesus, you have to also impart an idea of compassion in there.
You go full Phil when in the Old Testament.
Yeah, and it was said unto thee. But with the New Testament, there's a lot of folds there that are it's not easy to convey. It's not.
Yeah,
easy
it makes me wonder because I mean he did give the Sermon on the Mount as well, right? And I've stood on that mount, so no, not that mount. I've stood on similar mounts. I was at. So I was thinking of when I was in Corinth, where speeches were given to the Corinthians and stuff, and also like in Athens, like there were several places where Paul was or whatever. But I can imagine like when Jesus was doing this, he had to have had a booming voice, right? Like he has to be heard like by the entire crowd, and he's outside. So it's sort of like, how when you're reading comic books, superheroes are always like fighting and they're swinging around and they're like very far distant away from each other, and yet somehow they can still talk to each other. Like it kind of makes me wonder, like how all of these like speeches that are happening outdoors, these people have to have some pretty powerful voices, right?
Yeah, like there's just no way Jesus was just always soft spoken.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Very meek. Like the meek will inherit the earth, but like you said, I don't think like he had to have some, and that's why I didn't come with the meek, because there has to be some boomingness, but there also has to be some.
Well, there's also the feeding of the masses. I mean, you don't feed a mass of people with a very timid voice. It's complete bedlam otherwise.
Right.
You've got imagine like the biggest rock concert, and you're over here creating a meal from a fish and a loaf of bread, and everyone's like, well, when are we going to eat? And you're like, in a minute. That doesn't work.
Yeah. So that is something that over the weeks, because actually next week I'm gonna read again, because he's letting me do that more and more, because like you said, I do have the booming radio voice. I do have a bit more polished delivery, because he's let other people read biblical verses, and sometimes they don't rehearse, or sometimes they don't know what they're they just kind of come in that day. Like to me, it's like, oh no, I'm reading God's word today. I'm gonna bring all of it to this. It's like Charlton Heston showed how it was done when he did his Bible presentation. This is, folks, just don't worry.
Yeah.
But
then again, there's the Life of Brian, right? Like they couldn't quite hear him there. Blessed are the cheesemakers. What does he mean by that?
Like actually that scene where it was all the different people in the marketplace, and it'll be a 9-bladed sword, not 2, not 4, but 9. Like that was actually probably more realistic to what that area was like at the time of Christ than almost any other, because everybody knew this is prophetic times, and so you were going to get some charlatans as well,
right?
Like, and so that was like that one scene is like, wow, that was probably more realistic than any depiction we've ever actually had in film of the Holy Land at the time. So, but now, gentlemen, I would love to discuss this all. I'll give you both your final piece here. Go ahead, Bandit.
The one last thing I'll say, when it comes to biblical teachings and public speaking, is the dichotomy between, forgive me if I get this wrong, I believe it's the Sermon on the Mount versus Mars Hill. You have to know your audience in making sure that what you are saying is being heard the way that you intend it to be heard.
Right.
Well done. And Aiko, any parting thoughts before I go start watching some South Park?
No. I had fun as always, though.
Yep. You're invited back anytime, good sir. It got spirited as always, but that's what the fuck this place is for.
Yeah, we expect that here. Yeah.
Yep. Now, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at Hazard Analysis on YouTube. You can also find me, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and now Twitter as well, where I've had a couple of Twitter wars with this guy right here, actually. It's a fun time, so be sure to follow me on Twitter so you can get in on all of the Twitter wars. And folks, God bless every last one of you. Please travel well, travel safe, and make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser.